Excellencies, ambassadors, distinguished guests, dear colleagues and friends, and also dear viewers online. It's a great pleasure and honor to welcome you all to DASICON 2026 here at the Diplomatic Academy of Vienna. A very special thank you goes out to our partners from the city of Vienna in form of Senatsrat Thomas Resch, whose our long-standing cooperation makes this conference possible every year. Thank you for the support and the trust in the students that you put in us every year. Also a big thank you to the Club DA, the biggest alumni organization in Austria, who is generously sponsoring the networking reception after the conference in the Tipsy Weasel. Last but not least, I'd like to thank our distinguished speakers who have traveled here, our moderators, our volunteers, and the entire organizing team. For those joining us for the first time, DASICON is the Diplomatic Academy's annual student-led conference. It's organized by students, shaped by students, and designed to bring together practitioners, policymakers, academics, and future diplomats for one central purpose: to confront the most pressing questions of our time with intellectual honesty and strategic depth. This year, we deliberately chose a topic that is uncomfortable. When we began preparing DASICON this year, we asked ourselves one simple question: what responsibility does our generation carry in a moment like this in time? We're entering public service at a time when the assumptions that long underpinned it are increasingly contested. We grew up in a world that told us multilateralism was the default, that economic interdependence reduces conflict, that institutions, while imperfect, ultimately will hold. Today, those assumptions feel less secure than ever. So the question for us was not whether things are good or bad. The question was, are we witnessing turbulence in our system or transformation? And if transformation is underway, what does that mean for diplomacy? Is diplomacy losing relevance, or is it becoming more relevant than ever? We chose this topic not out of pessimism, but out of responsibility. Because if the international system is changing, then we must understand that change intellectually, strategically, and ethically. And that conversation must start here. I now have the honor of giving the floor to our Vice President and Head of Speaker Relations, Marie Schönwetter, who led the conceptual development of this year's theme and will now frame the deeper analytical perspective of our conference.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, dear colleagues and friends, dear viewers online. When Ferdinand and I decided to center this year's conference on collapse, on disruption, on systemic transformation, several people asked us, is everything okay at the Diplomatic Academy? But I can assure you the Academy is stable. It's the international system that we are concerned about. DASICON 2026 starts from a simple but significant observation. We are not merely living through a series of isolated crises. We are witnessing structural transformation in how power, legitimacy, and governance are organized globally. For much of the post-Cold War period, the prevailing assumption was that globalization, institutionalization, and interdependence would gradually stabilize international politics. Conflicts would persist, but the framework itself seemed resilient. Multilateral institutions functioned. Economic integration deepened. The language of rules-based cooperation dominated diplomatic discourse. That strategic environment has shifted. Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine reintroduced interstate war to Europe and forced us to confront once again the realities of territorial revisionism, nuclear signaling, and bloc politics. The war in Gaza has exposed the depth of geopolitical polarization and the limits of consensus within multilateral institutions that were designed to manage conflict. These institutions now often struggle to respond coherently when collective action is most urgently required. The COVID-19 pandemic revealed both the indispensability and the fragility of global governance. Supply chains collapsed, vaccine distribution became a geopolitical matter. In this context, interdependence proved inefficient and unreliable. At the same time, technological disruption is accelerating. Artificial intelligence is transforming military strategy, information ecosystems, and economic competition faster than regulatory frameworks can adapt. Digital platforms shape political narratives in real time, often beyond the reach of traditional diplomatic channels. Climate shocks are no longer distant projections. They are immediate stress multipliers, exacerbating fragility, displacement, and resource competition. Alone, each is a crisis. Combined, they reveal a more profound transformation marked by shifting power, contested norms, and fragile institutional legitimacy. This is why our conference is structured not around isolated crises, but around stages of systemic transformation. We begin today with collapse, not because we predict it, but because analytical seriousness requires that we examine worst-case scenarios. What happens if multilateral frameworks fail to mediate conflict? What if trust between major powers erodes beyond repair? Can diplomacy operate in an environment where shared assumptions no longer exist? From there, we move to transformation. If the old configuration of power is shifting, what replaces it? Are we entering a stable multipolar equilibrium or a prolonged period of fragmentation? How do emerging powers and regional blocs reshape diplomatic practice? After the lunch break, we will continue with drivers of disruption. Structural pressures such as inequality, demographic stress, elite fragmentation, ecological degradation, and technological acceleration are not short-term shocks. They are systemic forces. The question is whether diplomacy can influence these drivers or whether it merely reacts to their consequences. Finally, we turn to renewal. History reminds us that periods of instability often precede institutional innovation. The post-1945 order itself emerged from systemic rupture. Can global governance be reformed to restore legitimacy and effectiveness? Or will new coalitions and actors redefine the architecture of cooperation? The intellectual progression here is deliberate. We move from breakdown to reconfiguration to underlying forces to the possibility of reconstruction. What unites all four panels is one common question. Can diplomacy remain an effective instrument in an environment shaped by speed, complexity, and contested legitimacy? Diplomacy today operates under very different conditions from those of previous decades. Trust is thinner, power is more diffuse. Non-state actors, multinational corporations, and technological advancements shape outcomes alongside governments. Economic interdependence can be weaponized. Narratives can escalate conflicts as quickly as troop movements. Yet, diplomacy has always evolved. It adapted after world wars, it adapted during decolonization, it adapted at the end of bipolarity. The issue is not whether change is occurring, it clearly is. The issue is whether adaptation will be proactive or reactive, whether institutions will reform before legitimacy erodes further, whether diplomats will shape the emerging order or struggle to keep pace with it. DASICON 2026 is not a forum for pessimism. It is a forum for strategic clarity. We will not leave the Diplomatic Academy today with all the answers, but by confronting uncomfortable scenarios, interrogating structural drivers, and exploring renewal, we aim to contribute to a more honest conversation about the future of global governance. The system is transforming. The question is not whether we like that transformation. The question is whether we are prepared to understand it and to shape it. Thank you. It is now my distinct honor to invite Ambassador Eichinger to deliver his welcoming remarks. Thank you.
Well, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear students, dear friends of the Diplomatic Academy, this is just a brief word of welcome. A welcome to DASICON 2026, one of the highlights really of our academic year. And I have to say, when we look at the list of speakers and the program, we have to say that our students did an amazing job in organizing this conference. And I would like to start by congratulating Ferdinand Ronica and Marie Schönwetter for this excellent preparation with all your team. We are really indebted to you. I think this is a wonderful opportunity for us. We really try to equip our students not only with a profound academic education and qualification, but we also want to have them get involved in extra curricular activities, which are organized by DASI, the Diplomatic Academy Students Initiative, and their many societies and committees. Besides wide-ranging activities from sports to wine tasting, there are some very pillars of practicing skills. There's, for example, our diplomatic ball, which takes place on the 11th of April, and I wholeheartedly invite you to join us for the diplomatic ball. There's also a very interesting magazine, Polemics, all run by the students, and then, of course, the annual conference, DASICON. This year, as we have heard, they have chosen the topic Beyond Order, which unfortunately I think is really the current situation of our world. It is our responsibility here at the Diplomatic Academy to discuss these transformations and to think about diplomacy and how we can adapt and to the new situation and how we can restore some of the order that we are missing. We have an impressive list of speakers today. I would like to thank all the speakers for joining us and for sharing their insights with us. And of course, I want to particularly thank our partners, the Club DA, the club of our alumni, very much supporting this conference, and the city of Vienna. Thomas Resch, again, thank you so much for being here and for making this conference possible. So I thank you all for coming here, for joining us for this conference, and we will start a discussion with a panel which I have the honor of also being part of, and I welcome Martin Sellmeier, EU's ambassador to the Holy See, the international organizations in Rome, to San Marino, and to the Order of Malta, and it's wonderful to have you here, Martin, and I think we will get an introduction to us both, and then I would ask you to come forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Eichtinger. It's now my great honor to introduce to you two distinguished diplomats who will open our conference today. We're deeply honored to welcome Martin Sellmeier, Ambassador since September 2024 of the European Union in Rome. He represents the EU to the Holy See, the Sovereign Order of Malta, the Republic of San Marino, and the Rome-based United Nations organizations, among others the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations and the World Food Programme. Prior to his appointment, he served as Secretary General of the European Commission and as Chief of Staff to President Jean-Claude Juncker. In those roles, he was directly involved in some of the most consequential negotiations of the past decade, from Brexit to the Paris Climate Agreement, from the EU-Turkey statement to EU-US trade talks. Few individuals have had such close insights into the inner workings of European power at moments of structural strain. Welcome. We are equally honored to welcome our host today, Ambassador Martin Eichtinger. Ambassador Eichtinger has served Austria in multiple senior diplomatic and political capacities, most recently as an ambassador in Rome. Prior, he served as Austrian ambassador to the United Kingdom from 2015 to 2018, and previously ambassador to Romania and Moldova. He also led the cultural policy section at the Austrian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and of course, most recently, was appointed director of the Diplomatic Academy of Vienna. Both of our speakers have operated at the highest levels of European diplomacy. Both have experienced moments when institutions were tested. Excellencies, Ambassador, we are grateful that you're opening DASICON with us today. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much for this kind introduction. It's really a pleasure to have you here, Martin. What we have agreed upon is to do a tour d'horizon, to really talk a little about the challenges for the European Union as they are there today. We all consider what happened over the last years a gigantic wake-up call for the European Union. And I would like to start with one subject which of course is very important for us, and also because we are in the neighborhood of a war, I would like to start with Ukraine. Well, there was the fourth year of commemorating the invasion of Russia and the war of aggression. And I think what we have all felt at this fourth commemoration of the start of the war is a huge admiration for the courage, the resilience of the Ukrainian people, and for the fact that in reality they are, by defending Ukraine, also defending Europe and our values. And I think it was a good occasion also for all the foreign ministers of the EU to renew this commitment. And I'm proud to say that also our government is here very strongly committed to supporting the Ukraine also in the future. I think where we are at the moment, we are witnessing peace negotiations, which I also think is quite unique in the history, because usually you get to a truce and then you start to work on a peace treaty, on peace negotiations. Unfortunately, this is the other way around. We see severe fighting, severe attacks on Ukraine while the negotiations are going on. And one of the key issues, of course, are security guarantees, which again then also brings the European Union in. And I think what is important for us at the moment is, of course, to see where the European Union will then fit in these peace negotiations, but also, of course, the reconstruction of Ukraine once we get to a peace. I'm delighted to say that we have currently all the special envoys for the reconstruction of Ukraine in Vienna. Today is the second day of this conference. Our foreign minister will also join the group of all these special envoys. So I think this is a subject which keeps us extremely busy. And Martin, tell us from your perspective and also from your watching the situation inside the European Union, where are we and where are we going from here?
Thank you very much, Martin. I hope one can hear me. Yes, okay, that works. Thank you, first of all, for the invitation. Thanks to Ferdinand and Marie for the excellent introduction. I think you set the scene very well, and I'm happy to be here. I think you asked one question that I would answer before going into Ukraine. You asked, are diplomats still necessary today? And I would say they're more necessary than ever before. In peacetime, in easy times, in good times, and good weather times, it's easy to be a diplomat. Your main task is to go to cocktail receptions. Maybe also nice. But now I think we need to negotiate again. We need to make hard decisions. Therefore, everything what you learn here as students at the prestigious Diplomatic Academy will be very much needed. And I saw already from your introductory remarks that you are in the midst of it. It's, by the way, very interesting. Wherever I go in the world, I see alumni of the Diplomatic Academy in Vienna. So I think bravo that you're studying here. I think it is very also encouraging for me to see that the next generation who will negotiate the next big trade deals and peace negotiations are sitting here in the room. So compliments to all of you. Bravo. So on Ukraine, I think you rightly said, Martin, this what happened 4 years ago was a wake-up call for many. I would say, let's not be so Eurocentric. It was a wake-up call for the whole world, for the European Union, for its member states, of course. But I think many around the world haven't seen such a large-scale invasion with millions of soldiers being deployed. We are in a situation that we haven't seen, I think, on our continent since the First World War. People in trenches fighting a conventional war. I think this is something totally new. And I don't think we have fully, sitting here in Vienna, digested what that means. Because we are not the ones in Kiev or in the Donbass at the moment who are exposed to that. And therefore, as you rightly said, Martin, the first thing to recall is the bravery of the Ukrainian people. I think how many people said a couple of days before the war still, there will never be a war. I think we had leaders of European and other countries traveling to Moscow and still believing Putin. How many people thought when the invasion started it will be over in 3 or 4 days? Secret services from prestigious European and other countries said Ukraine will not last. And we are now in the 4th year. This is terrible. It's terrible for the population, but it is also encouraging that if a country is defending itself against an illegal aggression, if it's defending itself and has solidarity of the international community on its side, if it has the General Assembly of the United Nations condemning the aggression, and that's the situation. If public international law is on your side, and if you have a good cause, I think you can withstand the aggression. Russia has not made a lot of progress over the past 2 years, and every inch of territorial gain, they paid in a very bloody way, which would never be, and that's also what we have to learn, it would never be thinkable for a democracy to do that. Governments would be voted out of office after 2 weeks, but we don't have this situation in Russia. We have an autocracy, which, as in the history of Russia, very often they can afford to send the children of their citizens into war and sacrifice them on the battlefield. This is something we have to learn, that this is again possible, that the language of power and that brute power is part of the world. And I don't think to be very honest, Martin, I don't think we have all realized what that means. War is something that fortunately, and I think Ferdinand Marie, you mentioned that in your introductory remarks, it is out of the question for us. We don't think in these categories. And that was good. I grew up after 1989 politically. So 1989 was the big tectonic shift where everything changed. Now everything changes into another direction. Does it mean beyond order? Is there no order anymore? Well, let's be careful with this. There is always order. Also, the good old times were not always so good. There was, I think we have this tendency this is very human. We always over-rationalize the past. Because you look backwards and everything makes sense, because some very clever analysts say, there was the rules-based system, and there was peace, and there was trade, and everything went up, and this is, you all connect the dots and it makes sense, and it's good for a textbook. If you were during this time, and Martin, you know it, was it at the beginning of the 1990s when the war in Yugoslavia broke out, was everything fine? No, it was not. But we always tend to over-rationalize the past. We also always tend to over-dramatize the present. I think this is interesting. Read the newspaper, think about yourself, you always think, this is the worst time ever, everything is terrible. It's not. It's not. There's always a glimpse of hope. It depends what we make of it. And we always tend to underestimate the future. The future, and that brings me, I think, to the perspective on Ukraine. What we have at the moment is not peace talks. This is not a peace negotiations, because as you rightly said, Martin, first there has to be a truce, and then we sit together on the basis of international law. We don't have that at the moment. We have a first 27-point plan. Now I think we Europeans intervene a lot. Now it's a 20-point plan, sometimes 21, sometimes 19. It's a bit better than the initial 27-point plan. But there is one party missing at the table to engage on that, and that is Russia. And here we have to think about incentives and motivation. What is the motivation today of Vladimir Putin to make peace? Zero. Zero. If he makes peace now, he has 2 million soldiers under weapon who would return home and tell everybody what they have seen in Ukraine. Not an enthusiastic population welcoming the Russians with open arms, but a country that defends its territory, its sovereignty, that doesn't want to be Russian. That is quite good in defending itself. Much better than anybody expected against this allegedly biggest military power in Europe, Russia. So, and they all come back. They earned quite a lot of money. If you are a soldier in the Russian army today, I think the pay is about 10 to 20 times what you would earn in a normal factory job or civil servant job in Russia. So the incentive that all these people come back home, if you are Putin, you don't want that. It's much better that they're out there. You have a common enemy, you define yourself, you say they are the Nazis in Ukraine, we have to fight, we have to win. So his incentive is very small. Can Russia continue the war? Yes, they can, because they have a lot of people, they are not a democracy, and who knows how many people really are killed in the battlefields. Economically, the Russian economy is a war economy. A war economy means everything is focused on military production. That's absurdly, economically, for your GDP, quite good, because the GDP is very neutral. It's not very moral, the GDP. Production of tanks is as good as investment in schools, if you look at the GDP figures. And therefore, he has zero incentives, in particular, as every day he makes a little bit of progress, 5 meters today, 10 meters tomorrow. And as he believes, and I think like Martin, I have seen Putin many times in action in my diplomatic life, he believes that Europe and the West is weak. We're decadent. We have these democracies, elections. He has his social media campaigns, his disinformation campaigns. He just has to wait. At some point, one of the big countries of the European Union will fall. Perhaps France next year. He's working on that. He has made some people in the US administration, you know who I'm talking about, his best friends. Many people in Washington read more the Epstein files than they think about what is happening in Ukraine at the moment. So for him, he thinks, well, I just have to wait. And I think our task is, and that's, I think, the strategy of the European Union since 4 years, and not only of the European Union and our allies in the world. They include the United Kingdom, they include Japan, they include Canada, they include South Korea, they include many, many countries around the world. Our strategy is to continue to strengthen the back of Ukraine, militarily, financially, diplomatically, to isolate Russia wherever we are. We vote in the United Nations. If you are Russian and you want to go for a candidature for any position, we vote against them, and they never succeed because we have enough votes. We don't have everybody, but we have enough votes to isolate Russia. So that's what we're doing, to support Ukraine and think that the game for time, because unfortunately it's a deadly war, but it's time. Is time on the side of the dictator, or is time on the side of democracies? Who is stronger? And I'm very much convinced that at the end, democracies will be stronger. So we need to continue to support Ukraine. We have just agreed in the European Union, and I'm sure we will pay it very soon, 90 billion euro in support for Ukraine. It's the biggest amount of aid we have ever mobilized for a non-EU country. Even inside the EU, this would be remarkable, but for a non-EU country, it's very remarkable. And there's a last thing that I would like to say, and I know it's a bit controversial. What is the perspective for Ukraine? What is giving hope to the Ukrainian people? What gives them hope is that they will be sooner or later part of our community. When we say they are part of the European family, this is not just a slogan. We mean that sooner or later, Ukraine will be a member of the European Union. I know for some it sounds, oh, this cannot happen. No, I think it will happen. Why will it happen? First of all, it would be absurd that a country who is defending, as Martin has said, democracy on our territory, is defending us, would not be able to join the European Union. Secondly, it's the only real security guarantee that there can be for Ukraine. Even Donald Trump has understood that. I think in America, the European Union is even less respected than the United Nations. But one thing is understood. We have something, and the White House understood this, we have Article 42, paragraph 7 of the EU treaties. I think only in Austria and in some other countries they know it, but I think it's also in the White House they know it now. When you are a member of the European Union, you have a mutual defense clause. As there is no agreement for Ukraine to ever join NATO, the only future perspective for the security of Ukraine is being a member of the European Union. And we should not underestimate that, because we sometimes continue to consider our own project just an internal market, an economic zone. No, we are also a political community. And that's something what in the coming weeks and months we have to realize. In the 20-point plan that Martin mentioned in the introduction, the United States of America put something in there, a deadline for the membership of Ukraine in the European Union. And it says in this document, and many tried to change it over the last months, and it has not worked, it says 1st of January 2027. Martin will tell me with all his diplomatic skills and experience, this is never going to work. Well, I would say never in diplomacy today. Because suddenly somebody invades the neighboring country. Suddenly we come back and work together with the United Kingdom on the European security architecture. Suddenly Martin and I, yesterday, still sitting in Rome, having an aperitivo, sitting in Vienna at the diplomatic school. So many things can happen.
Well, thank you so much. I just wanted to challenge you a little bit on what you said in your introduction, overestimating the present. I mean, when you look at the number of conflicts that we have worldwide, we have the largest number of conflicts since World War II. I think by the counting, we are now at 61 different military conflicts, if the Swedish Institute is correct. And I think what is also correct to say is that it has not really come home to us in the full extent to what the changes mean. Because we tend to have, I think this is quite natural, we still have the hope that somehow we can return to a past that was orderly, that was secure, stable, no uncertainties. And I think it hasn't really dawned on us that this is not going to happen. So I think the changes are here to stay, and we somehow have to deal with it. On Ukraine, I can certainly subscribe to everything that you said. The real challenge for us in the EU is now the question, of course, on the enlargement, on the security guarantee. What does a security guarantee, the Article 42, paragraph 7, what does it really mean when it comes to a real test case? And when you set the deadline for for accepting or welcoming the Ukraine as a member of the European Union, of course, as you know, for us in Austria, we always then look to the Western Balkans, because we have given a promise in 2003 at the summit of Thessaloniki that we will eventually see them as EU, as members of the EU family. And this has been 23 years ago. And we have made it, well, some haven't really done the reforms that we wish, but we have made it much harder, because we have learned over the years with the admission and the adherence of Romania, Bulgaria, Croatia, we have stepped up the conditions for the membership, and we somehow need to make good on this promise of 2003. And so for us, particularly in Austria, this is something which should not be forgotten. When we talk of enlargement, when we talk about membership of the Ukraine, it is the membership of Ukraine, Moldova, and the Western Balkan countries. And the question is really, never say never, I agree. There are all sorts of concepts that are being floated on, reverse integration, front-loaded integration, starting with membership and then doing the real negotiations of the 34 chapters. So the question is, how can we deal with it? But I think it's two questions. One is, how do we deal with enlargement, also with the view of the Western Balkans, and also structurally within the EU. And the second is also, what does a security guarantee, if the EU agrees on it, which eventually might be the only possibility to get to a peace in Ukraine, what does it really entail for all of us? What does it really mean? And you said once, I remember, you have been quoted many, many times, do we have a European army? Yes, it's called NATO. I remember your quote. You have become famous with this quote. What does it really mean when we are being tested? And what is is there an American backstop to the security guarantee? What does it mean in terms of the NATO structures? So I think there are many, many questions that need to be answered. And as you said, the time to this date is just extremely short.
Thank you, Martin. I think, as it was said by the introductory speakers, we will probably not be able to find answers to all these questions today, otherwise the world would be easy. Let me first agree with you. Of course, we are in a particular sensitive time at the moment. So a lot of things are changing, but I just want to give you, as our introductory speakers gave, a little hope. Because there have been many times in the history of the European Union, of the world, where we had such situations. So this is not totally unique. We always think we are totally unique. This is not the situation. But it is a dramatic situation. And I agree also with you very much. I think the idea that we can go back to the peaceful, comfortable past of the last 30 years, I think we should finish this vision. There will be a new order, there will be new stability, but it will be very different. The Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney just used the word rupture, and he didn't say that everything will be destroyed, but he will say there will be a new order, we will not go back to the old times, and that's something what is very difficult also for. You are diplomats, you are future diplomats, you are dealing with this every day, but think about normal citizens who are not knowing everything what you do. They would like to go on with their lives. This is they're interested in their cost of living, and they would like that things go back to the normal situation. And therefore, let's keep that in mind in a democracy, that this is also important. Security guarantees, what this means. Let's say the very uncomfortable truth. If you have a war of aggression that ends at some point with a ceasefire, and then hopefully with some kind of a peace arrangements, there will be no security without soldiers. So I know this is a word we're not allowed to think about because it's something, it's like a taboo. But at some point, there have to be, between the two warring fractions, there have to be soldiers. We have in conflict areas blue helmets of the United Nations. Will we get blue helmets of the United Nations there? I personally doubt it, but we will have to have some kind of security force.
Is there a role for the OSCE?
The OSCE, as we're in Vienna, everybody would say that. Well, many people would say what happened after the beginning of Russia's aggression, that was not 4 years ago, but 14 years ago, we had them there, and it didn't help them, because they were too weak. It's a huge front line that you have to cover. And you have to have the possibility to bear weapons. I'm sorry, we have to be realistic. We should not dream on that it's enough to wave a little peace dove there and no, this will be tested. There will be no peace agreement, no border that will not be tested. So there will have to be soldiers there. And I think this is something that I don't think we have all digested yet. There will have to be a US backstop. Without a US backstop, this will never work. And this is, I think, Ukraine's biggest request next to EU memberships in these talks. We Europeans are great, and we know that, but we are not great militarily. So there is no European army. And I stick and I repeat, there is only one European army, and that is NATO. Mark Rutte has just said this very recently. It may be that in NATO, the Europeans, and I don't say the European Union, the Europeans, some Europeans, they're stepping up now, they are investing more in defense. Yes, I think the European pillar of NATO will be stronger, but there is no other structure in Europe that will allow to defend Europe in the coming 10 to 20 years than NATO. Anybody who believes otherwise doesn't understand how military things work. If you want to build a European army without NATO, you would have to start from scratch, and perhaps in 20 years you would be there. But if we are talking about the next 3 or 4 years, I think the only thing that we have is NATO. That means the Europeans within NATO have to carry the burden of responsibility, but we will need, for technology reasons, for intelligence services, for satellite data reasons, we need the Americans. So whether we like it or not, this is also part of the realistic approach to the world as it is today. We need our American partners. So everybody who thinks there's Europe and there's America, well, wishful thinking is not going to happen. We will need to work with America, and we see this everywhere in the world. Without America, there will be no security in Europe, and there will be no security in Ukraine. But we have to grow up as well and we have to pay more. Well, Mr. Trump is saying that every day, and he has a point. And we will have to also be able to do more things ourselves, but we will always need for the next 10, 15 years the Americans as a backstop. On enlargement, I fully agree with you. There was a promise given 23 years ago for the Western Balkans, by the way, not only by Austria, by all Europeans. And why has this promise not been kept? Because I think, number one, perhaps the Western Balkans has not evolved in the way as many hoped. Secondly, and I think it's not one or the other, secondly, the enthusiasm for enlargement inside the European Union has gone down significantly. I think the opinion polls say that even in Austria, which is the country that diplomatically is pushing most, the majority of the population is not in favor of enlargement.
At least we reach 45 in favorability for an enlargement.
Yes.
But you're right.
And we have countries like France. Please always, when you speak about enlargement, think about France. France has a clause in its constitution that requires a referendum on the next enlargement or a super qualified majority in the two chambers of parliament of France together, which, if you know the political situation in France at the moment, the likelihood of that is very small. So therefore, this is another reason. The European Union at the moment is also not capable of doing that, even if we wanted, or even if Austria wanted, or if the Austrian foreign minister said it. So I think this is something that is difficult. But now, and I think this is the positive about, the tectonic shift of Russia's war against Ukraine, the situation that the Americans are withdrawing from their European engagement and other engagements in the world, leads to a new momentum. I would say that today the chances for a relatively speedy enlargement with the first countries of the Western Balkans is better than ever before in the last 15 years. And you see that. Enlargement at the moment, many things are possible. I said it before, that were not possible before. Suddenly, Sweden and Finland join NATO. If you had asked 4 years ago, before the outbreak of Russia's war of aggression, I think there was clear majority in both countries against. And I think it was a taboo to even think about it. Then it happened in a couple of weeks. Denmark joined the European defense policy. This is also something people have not seen, that there was a referendum in Denmark in June 2022, where Denmark, that so far was in NATO, but not in the European defense policy, they did a referendum, and 68% of the Danish population that were always against that joined the European security and defense policy.
Iceland.
And this week, or I think it happened already last year, the Icelandic, who were already after, I think Iceland is always like that. The world changes, and then Iceland thinks, perhaps we should join this thing, European Union. Last time it was in the financial crisis. Then things became better, and Iceland, fortunately, Iceland didn't withdraw its membership application, but Iceland suspended it. We didn't do anything. So Iceland has concluded 23 chapters. And as it's suspended and not ended, this is a fine difference that only diplomats appreciate. We can now continue immediately if Iceland says yes, and they said we will do by 2027, we make a new decision. Now they have just accelerated it because you know where Iceland is, and there's Greenland in the neighborhood. So suddenly they said, so Mr. Trump is a great helper of European integration at the moment. So you should think about giving him the Charlemagne Prize sooner or later, because he's doing a lot for us at the moment. And I think we should appreciate that. So Iceland is of course a very wealthy country to join us. If Iceland joins us, what will happen to Norway and Liechtenstein? These are two who are together with Iceland in the European Economic Area. Can you imagine a European Economic Area with only Norway and Liechtenstein? I cannot. It would not function. So there will be a momentum there. On the Western Balkans, we see at the moment acceleration of the membership talks with Montenegro, and followed by Albania. And as you rightly said, if Ukraine, perhaps not on the 1st of January 2027, even I cannot imagine that, even though I can imagine, but let's say it happens in the next 2 or 3 years, then it will be also with Moldova. So the possibility, it's just my feeling, that in the next 3 or 4 years, we may see Ukraine, Moldova, Montenegro, Albania, Iceland joining the European Union is quite big. Those who say at the moment, well, will Viktor Orban say yes to that? Well, if there is an international peace agreement where membership of Ukraine is part of it, I think it will happen. I think there will be a lot of pressure on that one, if it's coupled with the US security guarantees, and that will of course bring a lot of momentum to the Western Balkans, and then it will be on us to ratify that. This is, I think, my biggest concern. Will we as Europeans, and all those who have asked for enlargement, like Martin and I am doing since 23 or even more years, because we consider, and we know the biggest problem is then in the domestic policies of our member states. Think how long it took that we got Romania and Bulgaria into Schengen. It's still brand new, even though they are members since 2007. How long it took until free movement of workers was possible. But again, there are possibilities, and Martin, you mentioned that it's possible to think about enlargement also differently now. The most important thing of enlargement today is the political enlargement, with the security guarantee of being member of the European Union and sitting at the table. Veto rights, well, even Serbia's president has said, well, I can also join without a veto right. If this is possible, the lawyers will tell you no. We will find a way. If this is, perhaps everybody gives up their veto right, then in a political declaration, we will find a way if there's the political will. Can the Ukrainian agriculture sector join the European Union on the 1st of January 2028? Probably not. Well, then there are transition periods, and ask the Ukrainians, they're not even so much interested. They're not interested in getting hectare prices for their agriculture because they have a very competitive agriculture sector. So I think we will find solution to that one. That's what diplomats are for, to find solutions. Therefore, I'm hopeful that if we solve the security issue, we will also make progress of enlargement, not for the whole Western Balkans, because I don't think the others are ready yet, and we will be careful about that, but with the first of the Western Balkans, while I'm still in Rome and you're still director of the Diplomatic Academy.
Well, thank you so much. I looked at the time. You know, we wanted to do a big tour d'horizon. We did some. I mean, we are not touching, I guess, because it would be too long on all the questions of competitiveness. When I see the Italian ambassador, Giovanni Pugliese here, we think of Letta and Draghi, and we have to say that the European Union has made major advances in this respect as well. So I don't think we are going to cover this. We have about 10 more minutes.
Can I ask you a question, Martin?
Yeah, sure.
Because this is a conversation.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Because I wanted to ask you a question as you were ambassador to the United Kingdom.
Yeah.
And I know you're a friend of the United Kingdom. How do you see what is happening in the United Kingdom in the relations with the European Union? We had the last days, we had the President of the European Parliament being on a visit to London. And if you see how she was received by the Prime Minister, by the Speaker of the House, I think I have never seen a President of the European Parliament received in such a way in London.
Yeah.
So what is happening there? Is there a new love affair starting, or
there is certainly a tremendous momentum. One is certainly also supported by public opinion, because we have now consistently a majority of Brits saying that Brexit was a mistake, consistently. The question that there's still not a majority, I guess, for joining the EU again. But there is the need to come much closer to the European Union, I think, is seen by the majority of the Brits. We have seen it recently by Great Britain now joining the Erasmus program again, which also for the Austrian students will be fantastic, because this was the country of choice to go to Great Britain for our Erasmus students. It was choice number one. And I think what was very cleverly done by Great Britain to somehow move the country again closer to the European Union was via the track of security. Coalition of the willing, the tremendous support that Great Britain is giving to Ukraine, the possibilities that Great Britain has also in the field of intelligence, etc. So I think it was a clever move to start to take this track to lead Great Britain closer to the European Union. Other things, like as I just said, Erasmus, other things will follow. When I left London in 2018, short before I left, I was witness to a gigantic demonstration in front of the Houses of Parliament. 1 million young people, young Brits, who said, we want to remain. And who basically said nostra culpa, because they didn't go and vote, because Brexit, as you know, was primarily voted by senior citizens, I'm exaggerating, but by majority of elderly people in UK. So they wanted to stay. And I said in 2018, once they get to the wheels of power, this is the generation that wants to take back Great Britain to the European Union. And I said in 15 years, that would be then 2033, we will see UK very close to the EU again, not sure about being a member, not sure about under what conditions UK can be a member of the common market. But eventually, I think we also, as you mentioned, momentum, I think there's a big momentum now. The political domestic landscape, very difficult. We've just seen the recent election results. A very difficult situation that might not be totally supportive to what the government would somehow like to, you know, move move faster. But overall, I see this momentum also for the next years. And of course, the geopolitical situation adds to this momentum. And so I think this would be my perspective. Approaching the European Union over the next years, coming ever closer. Where does it stop eventually? I don't know. But there's certainly this tendency to be very strongly affiliated, which again really also is important for us, because what is important, and you mentioned all our partners from Canada, Japan, South Korea, New Zealand, Australia, all the partners that basically read from the same page as we do in terms of values, democracy, etc. I think this outreach to our neighbors, to the bigger European family, you mentioned Norway, Switzerland, Liechtenstein, others, and the outreach to our partners in the world is something that the EU has to accelerate and make even closer and really forge these ties. Also, we are very active, and the Commission is doing a great job in advancing the ideas of free trade agreements and, have this political communication. There might be some areas, I think of Africa, where we haven't been so successful so far, but we need to do more there as well. But I think this momentum, the geopolitical situation, gives us the momentum in the EU to increase this outreach and to get out the partners closer to us.
I would agree with you, Martin. Not everybody who is a partner must at the end be a member of the European Union. I think we should be careful because I think the domestic situation in the United Kingdom is complex, as you mentioned, but I see everywhere in the world how aligned we are with the United Kingdom. Since we concluded our new partnership last year, the United Kingdom in the United Nations always work together with us. So, and sometimes it's better to have somebody who is a friend next door than somebody who is inside the house and is grumbling a little bit. Perhaps we get again into another situation, but I think economically we are very close, in our values very close, and we need the United Kingdom as a security partner. They are, together with France, the only country in Europe, at some point perhaps Germany, but it's a long way until then, who really are able to talk not only about defense, but do something about it. So we need them, and therefore Ukraine, we could not do anything without them. So as we are both friends of Britain, it is a good perspective that we sit again with them in a room without any aversions, because I think it's a new and perhaps even more mature friendship now, and I think we should build on that.
Absolutely. Martin, it's always fantastic to have a great European as you here among us. I thank you very much. I think our friends are already waiting to continue with the conference. We didn't cover not even half of the subjects that I thought we could cover, but it was a good discussion, I think, because it gives the gist of what we are about in the European Union, and I thank you for that. Thank you very much for the discussion.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you. Danke, Martin.
Danke.
Oh, das ist aber sehr lieb von Ihnen.
Ja.
Vielen Dank, das war aber nicht nötig. Dankeschön. Ja, of course.
Ja.
Vielleicht nehmen wir das, ja?
Ja.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to DASICON 2026 here at the Diplomatic Academy. My name is Georg Müller, I'm a MAIS1 student here at the Academy, and I'm pleased to be your moderator for panel 1 with the topic Collapse, what happens if the system breaks. The goal of this panel is not to predict collapse, but to examine how diplomacy functions under systemic change. What happens if institutions weaken, trust erodes, multilateralism slows down, and international
Yes, there will always be a multilateral system because probably we will not see a universal empire in the next international system, but we don't know what it looks like. The fundamental issue is that the Chinese and the Russians have a very, very different concept of an international order and how it should be run. And while the Russians play a role in Europe, the Chinese version will shape, or is at least sort of the Chinese think that they might shape the 21st century with it. The old order, and here I agree, the United States have ceased to defend the old order, which is very bad news. The problem I see with the discussion about whether this is a Trump thing, I think Trump is a symptom of a feeling in the societies of the West that the old order has not played to the benefit. And Make America Great Again, Brexit, all these
iPad.
All these things were basically symptoms of the same feeling that Western societies believe.
We will be back after a short commercial break.
That sizable portions of Western societies believe that the rest of the world has gained at their expense, and they want to bail out without having a tangible plan what the alternative should be, but they want to bail out, they want to withdraw from a position of leadership and defending the old order. And that basically provides the space for Beijing and for Moscow and for, to be honest, other revisionist powers in the Middle East and in other regions to kind of scavenge on the carcass of the old order. And that is what we see, and I think that will go away even if we have a next democratic president, because the feeling, this democratic president will have to fight against this feeling in the American society just as much as Europeans will be challenged one or the other way by this same kind of populist feeling of we need to get out of here, this is not working to our benefit. Whether we will ultimately prevail or not is a thing that is of course hard to predict, because these are long-term processes. I don't think that it started with Donald Trump. We see basically, I would say, the beginning probably was the invasion of Iraq, of the end of the Western order. That mistake, the way the Iraq intervention was justified by the Bush administration by reasons that proved to be wrong quite from the start, that paved the way to this kind of anti-elitism, to this populism, to this sentiment, and to be honest, I mean, we are all societies in decline in Europe and US. Our share of global GDP is declining. Our share in global population is declining. And for those of you who have grandparents that come from declining families, those are the most problematic probably of your family, or at least they were in mine. Declining societies are troublesome beasts because it incites fear, anxiety. You don't perceive the future as something you will own. You perceive the future as something you have to fear, but you know that the future will come anyway. And that creates a lot of turbulence, disturbances, and sort of bottom-up causes for rebellion one way or the other. Now it's right-wing, the next one might come left-wing. So this will be a time of rebalancing that will be messy by default.
To bring in a bit more, we heard a lot about Trump and how he's disrupting everything. Dr. Gressler said that it began with the invasion of Iraq. Now, in the recent days, we have seen what happened in Mexico with organized crime. And also organized crime uses a lot of cyber warfare. The war and peace gets blurred. I want to ask you, how do international institutions and how does the world order continue to erode with these factors? How are these factors playing into that? Are they just a symptom that we see them more often, or are they actually also a cause of systemic collapse? Or what causes systemic collapse?
So that's a good question. To follow up also on what Gustav Gressler was saying beforehand, my view of the collapse element is more societal rather than diplomatic or multilateral. I also don't think we're going at the level of collapse of the Western order. I said unraveling. I think the Western order has more life in it yet, depending on if we manage to restructure it. But it's definitely in the process of massive restructuring. Don't forget, the Western order is the like-minded order that includes Japan and Korea and anyone who wants to be a liberal democracy. So the West, let's get rid of that term, but it's the like-minded order as we use it in diplomacy. So my date would be 2008. And so my first book was called The Darkening Web, The War for Cyberspace, and I talk a little bit about societal changes through technology. In my second book that I'm working on, I look at what happened on that particular year. And what was that happening that year? That was the introduction of the iPhone, and where the Facebook really also started social media started to become more of a presence. And what we see internationally is that there is rising discontent in populations, and not only in the ones that Gustav referred to, declining powers like Russia, who obviously feel they have nothing to lose, but also in self-ascribed rising powers like China, and of course in the United States. There is a general feeling of discontent that all of you in this room have obviously experienced one way or the other, although some of you are too young to know differently. For others who are a bit older, this is a change. And this discontent then reflects on how people engage all kinds of authority, but also in how they engage with institutions such as, for instance, the United Nations, but also international law per se. Now, there's two things to that. First of all, you can take an economic history and historical perspective to this. And for those of you more historically minded like me, I would recommend you read Barbara Tuchman's book, The Proud Tower, and look how changes around 1900 played out. It's a very interesting example of how society was bifurcating due to the Third Industrial Revolution. As a former member of the World Economic Forum, I also believe we're in the Fourth Industrial Revolution, and therefore we have societal changes that are being driven by technology that are a major driver for the discontent. And diplomacy is a reflection of that. Now to your question on the United Nations. So cyberspace is a very interesting domain because this is the first domain that was in 2008 also, was recognized as a natural domain by the US military, so air, space, sea, land, and cyberspace, so the fifth domain of interaction. And it's the first domain, of course, that is created wholly by man. That means we define the laws of this domain. We say what gravity is, unlike the other domains. Therefore, we can change it. And this is a new thing, and we're still dealing with it. And we've been struggling with this new idea of a completely fabricated natural domain for a long time. In the end of the 90s, Russia, however, showed that Marxist-Leninist thought had a very particular answer to all this, namely that information domain is the most important domain and has to be controlled under all circumstances. So since 1998, and a resolution which was accepted in 1999, in the UN, Russia has been pushing a singular view of how to deal with, for instance, international cyber discussions, and it's all encapsulated in the concept of information security. And information security in the Russian context is primarily security of the state and its population from hostile, bad information. So it can be technical cyber attacks, but the psychological cyber attacks are the biggest issue. So in my book, I describe that there's two fundamental different views on how to deal with cyber worldwide. And this is one of the biggest problems why in diplomacy we've been struggling with this issue for a long time, and I've been part of the UN and OSCE and G20 discussions on cyber for about over 15 years now. And the first problem is in the West, the worst outcome in cyberspace is pretty much cyber war. It's burnt out infrastructure, throwing us back to the 1920s or the Stone Age, depending on how gloomy you are. If you are from Russia and China, however, the worst possible outcome is information war, and that means regime change, with very personal consequences if you happen to be in power, because you're likely to get shot or put in jail. So those two discussions do not overlap at all. In the Cold War, we were all worried about nuclear Armageddon and accidental release of nuclear weapons. Today, we have two different discussions going on, and when we meet in the OSCE or the UN or whatsoever, those completely different interests collide. And this is one of the reasons why we haven't made a lot of progress on how to handle this domain, because the interests are so very divergent and it's a lot of tricks in play. But to leave it at one note, because the term norms were put up, and I think that's an interesting change. We are right now is we create norms in cyberspace. For instance, I was part of a process, 2 processes actually, that create norms of international behavior, which are really interpretations of international law on how states are allowed to behave in cyberspace. And those norms are soft law. They are not legally binding, although they're interpretations of international law, they are politically binding. And to close on that note, norms is pretty much the way everything is going these days. We're all going to the level of politically binding being more important than legally binding. And that is probably going to be one of the key drivers of change in any systemic context in the next 10, 15 years.
Maybe to come back to your question about Mexico, and this was, as you've all seen in the news, there was a law enforcement action by the authorities against a cartel, which resulted in the death of the head of the cartel, and then there was a lot of violent repercussion. And actually, it's quite, UNODC looks at homicides around the world. And in fact, we estimate now that there are approximately 95,000 homicides per year due to organized crime. That is more than due to armed conflict. And when you think of the world we're in, that is a shocking number if you look at sort of the last 20 years. And I think this is something, the organized crime has become a lot more sophisticated. It might have once been, if you think back, 100 years ago, it was very local. It was in a community that controlled a certain small territory. It is now completely global. And you have organized criminal groups that work very informally, very flexibly with each other across borders, a lot better than states do. And this is part of the problem, is that we have these sort of structures in place and the sovereignty of each country and this reluctance to often work across borders together, which is why our response as states is often very weakened and slow compared to what organized crime is able to do. They're adapting extremely quickly. And cybercrime is one element of this. Well, you used to see, criminal groups that only engaged in, say, drug trafficking. Now it might be trafficking in persons, it might be online exploitation. There's a huge variety, illegal gold mining, of all of these different kinds of things that they will adapt to. Anything essentially that brings in money. And the challenge, of course, for any individual country is how to have an individual response to something that is actually a regional and global problem. So if we look at a country like Mexico, that is a democracy, that has put a lot of money into law enforcement over years, but is situated geographically between, originally one of the causes was being, geographically between the largest cocaine market and the cocaine production in the world. Although now, of course, they've also become a producer of other types of drugs, and and these things is much more complex. But we also look at a very small country like Haiti, and if we're going to talk about collapse, Haiti is often one that's held up as being, a completely collapsed state. And again, this is something where, criminal gangs now control most of the state territory. They are increasingly working together and also part of these sort of transnational flows that, again, started with cocaine, but there's also arms flows, and there's migrant smuggling, and there's other kinds of flows that happen. And so the people of Haiti then end up being the victim of all of this, because there is an incentive for the criminal gangs to continue the complete state of lack of territorial control of the state, the complete lack of control, so that they can continue on. Now, there's an interesting response to this. The Security Council of the UN has just mandated the creation of a gang suppression force. So they're not talking about peacekeeping. They're talking about a force that would actually be trying to tackle organized crime. And I find this an interesting step as we see, how it goes forward, because very often, and obviously I'm coming at it with my biased view, looking at crime as, a driver, a lot of these things, but often in international relations, people talk about violence like it falls from the sky without looking at what is actually causing the violence, what is creating the conditions for this, and therefore need to be a part of the solution. So I think as more countries are affected by organized crime, I don't think there's a single country in the world that isn't. Even if we look at Europe now, the Netherlands, Belgium, Sweden, all of these countries have had shocking sort of violence lately due to this. And it is really a sign that we all need to be working together to create the solutions to this problem. And that is why, going back to the international sort of norms and that exist, there are frameworks. There's the UN Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime, against corruption. There's the new UN Convention Against Cybercrime, which was just open for signature. And actually, in the first 2 days of signatures, had a higher signature rate than has been seen on any other crime convention in history, which is interesting on something as niche as cybercrime. But I think it shows this reflection that countries realize they need to be working together to have a coordinated response, to go after the profits that are driving all of this. Because in the end, the violence is just a tool to allow these groups to continue to make profits the way they're doing it. So we need this kind of comprehensive response. And I think even if we look at, conflict situations that need a defense and an armed force response, we also need to look at having these rule of law elements and anti-corruption and building institutions with integrity as a part of that bigger solution.
So I get the notion that actually, although we are facing constant strain on the international system, your solution would be to bring in more institutions, more rule-based law and order to combat all the deterioration we see around the world and to combat the root causes. Now, you also talked about conflict, and going back to the OSCE, we saw in 2015 the Minsk Agreement. They tried to settle peace in the Donbas region. Obviously it failed, the war escalated. How do you see the future of the OSCE going into potentially negotiating a truce and later a peace process in Ukraine?
Thank you for that question. It's one that basically occupies our mind all the time. I think we have to go at the beginning of what the OSCE is. Actually, it's a Swiss tool. It is what we call them participating states, because there's no legal basis to the OSCE, so cannot be member states, but it is what we want to make out of it. You talked about the Minsk Agreement. The OSCE was not part of those talks. The OSCE was tasked. So the question is, where will such an organization be tasked? We're not talking about the same conflict as 2014. This is a very different world. But it can do what participating states want it to do. It is a very nimble, flexible, and quick organization. It can go fast on the ground. Not necessarily, we're not talking peacekeeping or these things, but it can go. We still have assets from what we call the Special Monitoring Mission that are still there. They can be deployed, and first in 2015, it was actually a human rights violation mission and not a monitoring mission for everything that's happening on the contact line then. So the question is one that's very alive, is what can the organization do? There's a lot of tools. The first, and I would say we can do whatever we want, but what is very clear is it can do one of the most important things that will be for Ukraine in a post-conflict, election monitoring. That is for legitimacy. And I think that goes at the core of everything. A post-conflict can only be sustained if there's legitimacy behind it. We have to, as states in support of a post-conflict, give that legitimacy. But elections will give legitimacy to Ukraine. So that is something that the OSCE is very good at. That is no question. The rest will be, there's many tools. I don't see or foresee something as big. What used to be the contact line will be much bigger now. It's much bigger territory. What will it be? Some sort of, peacekeeping or some sort of force. The OSCE, I don't think, is tooled for that. But it can be demining ammunition. There will be a lot of small arms in the country, both sides, and all these things will happen, and that's the OSCE can help. But it will have to be a collective endeavor. It will not be the OSCE alone. It's not going to be possible. But this is the point is of this Swiss knife approach is to make sure that the tools that the organization has will be ready when we need to deploy.
I want to come back to the whole idea of politically binding versus legally binding for a second, and make also a point of where there's traditionally been seen by the like-minded group as a bit of a trap. So in the cybercrime treaty is an interesting example. So generally speaking, big shocking news for you all, I'm sure, people cheat on treaties. So the fact that you have a treaty or you have an international organization or a law does not necessarily mean you're going to get what you want. In point of fact, it can be the opposite. And that basically encourages security dilemmas, where basically the person who cheats first is the person who wins. So that is part of the problem that we have, because we never have perfect institutions, or we don't want to create perfect institutions, and therefore cheating is always possible, depending on what you're trying to regulate and manage. In cyber terms, Russia has been pushing for a treaty in cyberspace since 1999. They've been doing it individually, then they did it together with China, then they did it with the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, now they're doing it with the BRICS. They're constantly expanding the circle of people who want to sign the so-called, for instance, Code of Conduct on how to regulate cyberspace. And this is supposed to be a legally binding document. The reasons are, very simply, at least from the point of view of Western policymakers, it's an act of lawfare. It's an attempt to, first of all, bind Western parties into something that they are legally obliged to follow, and which they themselves have no interest in abiding by. And there are many examples in arms control where this has happened, particularly where there's a so-called verification problem, where it's not easy to basically to count. You can't count a cyber weapon like you count tanks, for instance, right? So that's the first problem. The second problem is that they want to really address an issue that I mentioned before that is much more important to them than cyber war, which is bad information in their cyberspace. And they know that they cannot do that just with big firewalls around them, their country. They have to basically do notice and take down, which is the technical term, for content worldwide, which China is actively doing. They're trying to go after Falun Gong websites, wherever they might be hosted, for instance. So this is their approach, taking this, and therefore they have two very strong interests in creating treaties. And actually, the Cybercrime Treaty was on the basis of one of these proposals. However, because it was an international system, the like-minded group of nations had no real choice to fight it. They had to accept it, and they had to work with it, so they tried to make it something that they could live with, even if they would have preferred that another agreement, namely the Budapest Convention Against Cybercrime, which has been around for 25 years, would have been fully implemented and more by countries that unfortunately we're outside of the Northern Hemisphere. So that has been the problem from the beginning, is that in the West we want to uphold the multilateral system. At the same time, that is also legally binding and politically binding agreements. The legally binding agreements require verification. And for verification, we need to have institutions that are able to do that verification. And that is sometimes just not possible. Cyber is not the only example. Biological Weapons Convention, the BWC, is a perfect example of what happens when you cheat. So that is part of the problem we're dealing with, and therefore I would urge all of you as budding diplomats to be very careful about thinking about a treaty as the solution to all problems. In point of fact, the treaties are exactly what Russia and China try to get us to sign for those particularly two reasons. Doesn't mean we shouldn't support the multilateral system and continuously try to build it out, but sometimes norms, soft law, I think are a better way to go.
I want to expand on that. The OSCE is a consensual organization. You have to build consensus amongst all its participating states. The problem now with Russia's war against Ukraine, you have to build peace against Russia. Russia's strategic interest is to wipe out the country. Its strategic interest is to make it a puppet state. Its strategic interest is to deprive it its sovereignty. So there is basically no common ground. The war will end when Russia sees it can't reach that goal militarily. We're not there yet. We don't know when we'll get there. And basically, once such a state of exhaustion has been reached, it's not to say that Russia Moscow comes back and say, oh yeah, sorry guys, now we are law-binding, full sort of good faith negotiator. No, they will try to gain time to retry the same objective, maybe by other means, again, retrying subversion, corruption, sort of sponsoring political actors within. They might try all this kind of stuff. But the thing is, peace will be there to be defended against Russia. That's the only way you can actually achieve peace in Ukraine. So, of course, Russia cannot be, or an organization where Russia has a veto over, cannot be part of the safeguard mechanism of that peace. Otherwise, it wouldn't be peace. So neither the UN nor the OSCE can be a serious part of it, except for election monitoring or other things. There will have to be international troops in Ukraine. not peacekeepers, but tripwire troops like the enhanced forward presence, and their goal will not be to monitor a ceasefire, but to have a presence there that if Russia reattacks, they cannot be sure whether the renewed attack on Ukraine will be attack on Ukraine only, but also an attack on probably other states and spiraling the war out of proportion that Russia can control. So it will be a very, very, very different thing from all the other peace treaties we had in Europe so far. It will not be a repetition of Dayton. It will not be a repetition of Ohrid or whatever you take. This will be a new thing, and it will basically have to be guaranteed against the aggressor and against the will of the aggressor state.
So before we go to the Q&A and the open questions to the audience, I want to play the devil's advocate here, because I have the notion that everything coming through, we are really Western, we like our system, we want to preserve it, we don't see it in collapse so far. But what if, when we see Donald Trump making the notion he wants to withdraw funds from the UN, he wants to get out of this treaty, of that treaty, why don't we just say in Europe or in the West, more generally speaking, okay, if China wants to step in, we might be willing to cooperate more deeply with China. Why would that be so bad?
So, I mean, you're seeing that happening, but although not to the extent that you're putting it out. But fundamentally, right, it's interesting also how the American media reports on it. So Chancellor Merkel's visit right now in China was commented on the New York Times as being like the pivot to China that is not really going to happen. And that's been a lot of the wishful thinking from the US side, that fundamentally that Europe will not pivot to China, although that's because that's a very binominal way of thinking. It means that there's no way that Europe is going to form a NATO with China. But there is many different other things that can happen, in particular in the financial markets, in particular in the bond markets and the treasury markets, which are way out of scope of what many people in Washington think. So I'm a member of the Center for Strategic International Studies. I'm on calls pretty much every week with American policymakers and think tankers. And the lack of awareness of how much they have suffered in the friends and allies categories is staggering. And that's going to take a shock to sink in, and I'm not sure where that shock will come, but it'll probably come through something that China does, where America needs European support and Europe doesn't provide it. And it won't be military, because that's a fifth or sixth order issue. The second problem, though, that we do have, and which is real, is the imminent Russian threat in Europe. And this is one of the reasons why we cannot do without the United States. The Balfour Center in Harvard basically put out a study not too long ago where they collated predictions upon when Russia would be military capable of threatening a NATO ally, and that is in the next 3 years, 27 to 2030. And that is also the conflict outlook. And I want you to understand that 30 policymakers and analysts are convinced that there is a high chance that Russia might take this step. That's the most dangerous statement I've ever heard in my life, and it basically, historically speaking, means it's the most dangerous time, not in the last, since the Cold War, but also probably in any time during the Cold War. And the reason also for that is because what we know of Russian doctrine and way of thinking, and that a lot of the hybrid warfare attacks that we've seen in Europe, it's been there's been over 400 hybrid warfare attacks across Europe since 2014, and maybe many more, depending on how you see it, and how that fits into a wider Russian narrative. And if it actually gets to that stage where there is an open conflict, for the time being, Europe really depends on the help of the United States in key areas to be military successful. That will change in the future, but it will take a while to get there. And at the moment, therefore, particular military leaders who are very much taking up a lot of time of a lot of politicians. I don't know if people, and you should all be aware of it, being budding diplomats, but the security is the #1 concern by far right now. And very few politicians are not spending a large part of their time discussing security issues. And they are, at the moment, being told by the military technical specialists, please don't let the Americans disappear from Europe right now, because if they move out or don't support us right now, we're in very big trouble. So that is defining a lot of our interaction with the United States. And the problem is that this, of course, prevents our own rearmament. This sends the wrong signals to the United States. The timeline is maybe wrong because Russia is not an imminent threat this very second, but might be in next year, in 2 years, and 3 years. And therefore, it gets a little bit more complicated.
Bringing in the cross-Atlantic perspective.
Oh, and I think I couldn't agree more than to say that we're definitely in a very difficult time. And here I'm not talking as ambassador to the OSCE, but as Canadian ambassador, looking at the bigger picture of where we are standing. I am convinced, and in a certain time, we'll have a name for this period we're going through. So you can all start thinking about it. I think this is where we have to really define ourselves in that period. This is the moment where you're thinking, I saw it passing by, or I was there trying to take space in that part. And I think just to balance a little bit on that, that's why I think even for Canada, as I mentioned, the Davos speech, but this has already been, like we've seen it in the past year, for Canada, it's been an extremely defining time. The past year has been extremely difficult as a Canadian, but also as a diplomat. And we all know why, but I think as well, we have to be having a vision and a desire to transcend that. And I think this is where we always think that if the big, it's like Russia invaded Ukraine thinking it would collapse. It did not. Why? Because you never think of the resilience of the individual, the resilience of a nation, the identity. This also goes for nations. It's not because we're smaller. Canada, we have only one neighbor. It's really hard to have the biggest, the biggest around to be your neighbor. But does that mean we want to collapse and fall over and roll over? No, I think on the contrary, this pushback has defined us in a way that as a diplomat, I've never seen. I was told, let's stop bringing Canadian values around the world. We're very good at that. Universal values, we're very good. And now it's more like, as the Prime Minister said, it's the strength of them, right? It's how strong we are. And we have taken a really big shift, and it will start also showing. But that's why we're calling on others to do that with us. But this sounds good. But I think what Canada is living through, a lot of countries are doing it. Europe is also, it's a little bit slower than we would have all liked to happen. But it is important that this is a defining moment for all of us, and we have to grab it as countries and our identity. But it is also a very, very difficult one. And yeah, China is part of it. There's no way around it. I mean, we tried to ignore it. Canada has been doing that, and we had Canadians in prison for that as well. We tried to play that rule, and it didn't work for us. So now we're changing our aspect, but we're deciding and we're trying to define those relationships a little bit better to our advantage.
Thank you, and I think that's a great notion to open the question and answer with the audience. We'll take questions now here too.
Thank you. Ms. Brouillet from the French Embassy. Thank you so much for this very interesting conversation. I have a question, thinking of all the people who believe that the institutions in general, the organizations, are kind of slowing down the decision making because there is so much actors in these institutions, thinking of OSCE, but also United Nations. So I have a very simple and short question. What would you say to these people who are doubting the added value of institutions? What would you say to these people? What is then the added value of working all together in the scape also of the international and multilateral institutions that you are all working in? Thank you so much.
Thank you, and another one over here.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Hello, my name is Sophie Unger. I'm a student here at the Diplomatic Academy. Thank you very much for your panel. It's very interesting to listen to. My question is to Dr. Klimburg and Dr. Gressel. You touched on the unraveling of the Western or like-minded order and the rise of powers such as China and other countries in the Global South. I'm wondering if you see this primarily as an attempt to reform the existing international order from within, or as a gradual construction of parallel institutions that might replace it from the Global South. So if we think about the Shanghai Cooperation Organization or the expansion of BRICS nowadays. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll start with the second question first. I think that's a great question. The China, of course, has been setting up not only the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, but also others, like their own investment bank and other institutions that have effectively seen to parallel the more established multilateral organizations. At the same time, China has been very adept in pushing its nationals and in particular high-level bureaucrats into positions of powers within the multilateral system. That was the case, for instance, in the ITU, for instance, or Interpol and other organizations like that. So they play both games, and the fundamental goal is to, of course, reshape what they call the Western order to effectively align more with their values, which is very clearly the biggest difference being one that sovereign states are sovereign states are the only principal power globally. In our system, we like to see that there's the government, there's the private sector, there's the civil society. And we like to see, and particularly in the cyberspace, that's how the cyberspace is run, for instance, those three. And the government actually plays a small role in that. And in the Russian and Chinese view, that's not a proper state of affairs. The government and the state in particular has to be completely and fully responsible for all aspects. And also likewise, we have to recognize each other's laws 100%. Their self-interest is evident. They want us to, for instance, in cyberspace, impose the same censorship laws that they have, for instance, at home. So this is an example of where they want to push the international order. And it's, in this case, I don't see it as being illegitimate because it's a normal power play as such. There are many other power plays out there. And something that needs to adapt. And the most important system, I think the most important thing from the Western point of view is that we are able to mainstream our dedication to human rights and our dedication to the rule of law, and then everything else we can try to work around. But there's a lot that can happen within existing institutions. To come back to the question regarding everything getting slowed down, yeah, I heard that. I hear that concept the comment very often from from French colleagues. Interestingly enough, it's always about the EU, and that's in the context of the EU. That's definitely partially true, but also slows us down in Europe is also nationalism. So what we've had again and again and again is that attempts to restart the European engine, both the E2 being Europe and between France and Germany, but also the E3, which includes the UK, run into very hard-nosed nationalism on a political level, which is not replicated on the operational level. So at the operational level, intelligence agencies, they all get along fine. If you got, including the non-EU UK, as soon as it gets to the political level, there'll be certain voices that start screaming, but you left us, and therefore we need to punish you. And this continues for years and years and years. So I consider that to be a major problem. The problem of the institutions we have in the EU, for instance, the EU is not able to do common defense and security policy properly, is because states wanted that. So there are many problems with the EU. Some of the problems of the EU are homemade, and very much its internal own issues, but many of them are also by design. And by design, it was not intended to be a strong actor in foreign policy. So when the French government set up, for instance, the European Intervention Initiative, which is a counter way to do security policy, basically gather a number of member states together to effectively engage more proactively on security issues, that's not a bad idea. I mean, the EU is not designed to do that. The NATO has its own limitations. The UK did something similar with something called the Joint Expeditionary Force Initiative towards Scandinavia. So I think flexibility is important. I think, however, the fundamental line should be is that broader consensus means broader legitimacy, and we should not forget that. So the wider the consensus that we have, the wider legitimacy. And we don't need to have unanimity in EU, of course, being held up by one or two member states It is a very bad state of affairs, and we need to find ways around that. But fundamentally, the strength that we have is the legitimacy of our action based on the fact that we have broad consensus, and I think that's a good way to go.
Thank you, and I'll be quick because I think Dr. Klimberg said a lot of things that are very relevant to the questions. Let's take the multilateral system as it is, and we're saying we have a lot of acquis already. The question is erosion of it, so we don't want the erosion. But the question is, are they all working for us today? And I think we can be really, really hard at looking what still works and what we want to keep, and maybe accept that we don't want to keep everything. It's just that we shouldn't do it by nostalgia, right? We have to look at that very hardly. And you spoke about legitimacy. I think this is really where we're at. Legitimacy and beliefs are really where we're starting to look at things. You can do bilateral issues, you can do trade and border disputes. But multilateral systems will give you the legitimacy. And I'll just do this very quickly. I'll just speak of what's happening with the Chagos archipelago. We're seeing the UK want to change the status of those islands. Why they're doing that? It doesn't go well. The President Trump mentioned about that. But there's a question. It has been at the ICJ. They mentioned that this should be under Mauritius control. Now, yes, the UK and the US, who has a base there, could say we're pulling out of this. We don't believe in these things. We don't believe in this agreement. Well, if the rest of the world believes in what the ICJ said, and that's Mauritius who has control, then China will come and say with Mauritius, I'm doing a deal with you, I'm getting in here, and I'm doing my stuff. So you're going to find two states who are saying we don't believe, with the other ones who say legitimacy and beliefs, we have all in common. We have a common basis. And that's really where it comes down to. These are spaces where you think, oh, if you just decide you pull out of you don't agree with the ICJ or these things, it's going to work out for us. It doesn't if the majority don't follow. So that's where we stand. And I think the question of within or outside of the system, I think it's both. We have to take a hard look. What works for us? We talked about consensus. I think, and I believe strongly at the OSCE, consensus is a pain, but it's the reason why the organization still exists. The next question will be, does it need to exist? That is a much harder question. Can we replace it? What will happen if we leave this, like if it collapses? And these really require to think thoroughly through all these questions. So I see these movements, and these are things that are really happening live to all of us. The diplomats are really thinking live at what we need to keep, what we want to defend, because there is erosion. Some of it we can't stop, of the acquis, but some of it we're not going to move from that. Human rights and IHL, international law, all these things are super important for a reason. Even though some violate it, doesn't mean that they're gone. Right? So we're still working on that. And perhaps rather than looking at creating more norms, except where there's space to do it, let's try to defend the ones that we really feel for.
Thank you. Two more questions?
Thank you very much for the very interesting insights. I'm a student here at the Diplomatic Academy, and my question is about the war in Ukraine, because there's still no end in sight. There's no peace in sight. So, Dr. Kressler, I want to ask you, how long do you think will the EU be willing to continue to support Ukraine financially and politically? And what do you think are the next steps to be closer to a peace deal? Thank you.
My name is Massim, and I'm working for the EU Agency for Fundamental Rights. And my question is, it seems that the EU is defending human rights and rule of law, and others are attacking and eroding human rights and rule of law. But what about the letter of the 9, then becoming the letter of 27, questioning the European Convention on Human Rights? What about the European Union questioning the protection of the environmental proposal that were agreed by the previous Commission? So it seems that also the EU itself is putting into question and eroding the international order and the respect of human rights and rule of law.
Dr. Gressel?
Okay, so on Ukraine, it's a difficult question because we can basically foresaw the war like for 3-4 months. It will certainly last longer. I would say Trump has probably prolonged the war for 1 or 2 years with his special way of conducting negotiations, but let's see. So basically, for Putin to get out of his head, he can win the war militarily. Two things are important: trajectory and perception. So trajectory actually, so that means Russian losses versus Ukrainian losses, Russian ability to erode Ukrainian defensive force as compared to Ukrainian erosion of Russia's offensive capability. On trajectory, the sort of Russia fights a war of diminishing returns. It still keeps investing into the war, but the progress is still basically has been slow for 2 years now. The costs to achieve the same slow process are rising. They are rising first because Russia has problems getting replacement for personnel and equipment. Second, because the financial situation of the Russian economy is quite suffering. I think the sell-off of physical gold reserves is a good indicator where we are. Mm-hmm. We're not at the end of the line. We're not at the bottom line. We're not at breakdown, but we are on decline. But on the other hand, Russia has, of course, means to improvise. It's still, gold reserve is a classical thing. You can sell them off. Of course, it's painful to sell them off because you don't get them back. But if you think that 1 or 2 years will buy you the time you need to achieve victory, then you will, of course, go through all these painful adaptations and try to invest more and get more. So perception becomes important. Unfortunately, we did in 2025. I mean, the Americans did a horrible job at shaping Russian perception, but also the Europeans didn't do a very good job at shaping Russian perception. Because that means sort of shaping the Russian perception means making Putin believe that the framework for fighting his war will not get better. If he has the feeling that sanctions will rather loosen because he can corrupt the American administration, he thinks that, well, I might endure the current hardship because once I've corrupted these guys, I will have more. I will be again integrated in the oil and gas market. I will have more revenue. I can continue the war. I can rebuild my armed forces quicker. If that is in doubt, he will rather say, okay, no, this is the long-term harm of going down a further year down the road of this war is probably not worth the effort. So 2025, the Americans basically gave Russia the reassurance that America is corruptible and will be out of the game very soon. And the Europeans gave Russia the idea that they're not really willing to step out of the American shadow and sovereignize decisions over weapons production, but also sanctions, etc. The Europeans slowly got better, especially after the Greenland shock. Still, we have problems. The 200 billion loan that was dwindled down to 90 billion. If it were 200 billion, we would have more than 2 years of war being financed up front. And that's a hard task to mess for Russia, economic and finance. If that would have taken place, the calculations on the Kremlin side would have been more tricky. But of course, by intimidating people and structures, especially in Belgium, Russia managed to avoid that. So I think the war will continue.
Thank you, Dr. Gressel.
Yeah.
We are running very short on time. I'm sorry. I know we can talk about Russia, Ukraine, and the collapse of the multilateral systems for, I think, 2 more hours. So I just want to close up the panel, since we have an audience with very young people who are learning here at the Diplomatic Academy. I would like maybe 2 sentences from each of every one of you, maybe give them a bit more optimism in the future or what to look out for, so we are prepared to tackle the challenges of the future. Starting with Her Excellency, please.
Before joining the panel, I mentioned it's very hard to be a diplomat these days. And sometimes you think, I'm thinking of opening a library somewhere or, a bookstore. But this is the time to be here too. So, and I think the force of your interest and your belief will be detrimental to everything else. So please be involved, engage, keep on fighting. We will try to keep it together as well. So yes, there's still hope as long as we're here talking about it.
Thank you. Ms. Welsh?
The outlook isn't as optimistic as when I was in university in the early 90s and we thought the world was going to all be a better place. But as Veronique was just saying, I think actually it makes your work more important than ever. And I really believe that. And I have to say, there are lots of things that the UN could be doing better, and there's a reform process ongoing and things we can improve. But it is still, I have the privilege of working every day with colleagues who are trying to make the world better. And I think that that's also up to you to contribute to that. As challenging as the times are, the more important the task is.
Well, the last time I was in the Ukrainian Foreign Ministry, I asked them how they're coping structurally, and you might all think that for a country at war, that foreign office and diplomacy is a side job, because of course the military took over and now it's war planning and defense industry. But at the time, they were actually expanding. They were looking especially for new diplomats to go to Africa to counter the Russian information war there, but also to find new customers for Ukrainian grain that they depended for export revenues. They demanded very hands-on diplomats. The world is not becoming a better place, but you're not going to be jobless.
Yeah, so we are living in interesting times. Part of that, for whatever reason, be it technical change or geopolitical trends, one of the things that we're seeing is that there is a wide-scale disaffection with each other, with government, with authority. So in part, that's even intended. As my colleague has also pointed out, Russian psychological warfare works on different levels, and one of the things it tries to accomplish is effectively corruption. So therefore, if you're interested in going into the international relations field overall, ask yourself one thing: are you interested or are you committed? Because if you have values and you're committed, please do it. Because this is what this is about, and this is what people are trying to get you to lose. If you're only interested, please find something else to do. Because at the moment, we really need people who believe in what they're doing, and not people who just like to wear suits. Because trust me, wearing a suit every day is not that fun.
Thank you very much. I would like, as a final remark, to tease the next panel. We continue with a short break, and at 11:40 we have the second panel with the topic Transformation, Shifting Powers and Shifting Rules. Thank you very much.
think we can slowly begin. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear students, I'm happy to welcome all of you for the second panel of today. For the people that are arriving, you can find your places and seats silently in the back, please. Thank you all for being here and for coming, and a special thank you to my dearest panelists for taking your time, sharing your expertise with us today. My name is Antonia Stephan. I'm a first-year ETHIA student at the Academy here, and it's my honor to walk you through today's discussion. Without further ado, let me allow you to introduce the panelists to you. I will begin with Brigadier General Dr. Nikolaus Rothenberger. He's a senior officer in the Austrian Armed Forces with extensive experience in military diplomacy, defense policy, and international relations, and he is currently heading the military diplomacy division in the Austrian Ministry of Defense. Then we have Dr. Klaus Vietze. Very warm welcome. He is deputy head of the mission and head of the political section at the German embassy here in Vienna. And as a senior career diplomat, he brings extensive experience on China and Japan, which will offer us valuable insights into today's shifting global order. And last but not least, we have Roger Hilton. I think he's familiar to most of you. He's an alumnus of the DA, so welcome back in the holy halls. And Roger is currently working as a defense fellow and media presenter at GlobSec, and he previously led the NATO 2030 private sector dialogues and regularly provides expert commentary for international media, including as a foreign policy and international security analyst for CTV Montreal. Now that we're all familiar, let us start to dive directly into the topic. We're going to speak in the context of panel 2 about transformations, about shifting powers, and about shifting rules. And I would like to set the scene first a little bit and then pose a question to you. So what we are seeing, or what we can observe, is that the rules-based international order, like we came to know it in the Westphalian system, appears to be under considerable strain. The United States, long seen as key architect and guarantor of the system, has taken steps that some might interpret as undermining elements of that very order, including trade measures against allies and the withdrawal of international institutions. Simultaneously, we see emerging powers are inserting themselves, regional blocs are gaining traction, and hierarchies that have defined the international order for decades are being challenged. So again, the Westphalian order, built on state sovereignty, non-interference, adherence to rules, seems fundamentally giving away. Others argue we are entering something entirely new for which we don't even have a name yet. So my question to you is, what do you think about this? Are we witnessing, in the sense of the panel, a transformation of the system, maybe even its breakdown? And what does it look like from where you sit? Dr. Nikolaus Rothenberger, I would invite you to answer that first question. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the invitation. It's great to be back in this magnificent hall here at the Diplomatic Academy, being myself an alumni of this institution. It's very glad to be here. Thank you for the invitation, the interesting question, and you all know the multiple stressed dictum of the German Federal Chancellor Scholz after February's 2022 invasion of Russia in the Ukraine. He talked about Zeitenwende, turning point. Yeah. And I keep in mind what I recently heard from a well-known German political scientist, Ulrike Franke, and she said, well, if you consider what happened in 2022, in February 2022, it's more a weather change. But what we experience in the international arena for the last year is more a climate change. And I just want to stress that we are not, what we're seeing now, the changing of the transformation of international relations, the international order. What we see now is not simply evolving, it's contested, it's revised, and in some areas dismantled in a way. And I just want to give, from an Austrian perspective, two defining characteristics why I think this change is
very significant, maybe even irreversible. One thing is the return of, I would say, hard security to Europe. And hard security, I understand as a part of an approach of hard power versus soft power. And the return of conventional warfare in Europe on the continent has profound implications on all European states. You see this in the reactions of NATO, in the reaction of the European Union, and finally, the way Austria acted or reacted to that in the way. Yeah? Neutrality for us as Austrian remained a cornerstone of our identity, but yet it doesn't mean that it is a passive strategic passivity. Another point is the blurring of war and peace. This characteristic is also something I found is profound for these changes. In this erosion of the traditional boundary between war and peace, we have these hybrid activities, cyber operation, disinformation campaigns, the oil and gas issue, oil and gas as means of coercion, economic coercion. These have become tools of a strategic competition. And hard power no longer begins with tanks crossing the borders. It starts much earlier. This is also something new in this transformation process. It often starts with network intrusions, supply chain manipulations, strategic infrastructure acquisitions, and later leads up to intelligence operations, what we see now in Europe. Looking to Berlin, what we experienced in Berlin in February, up to sabotage or what's called in the cyber domain the so-called advanced persistent threats, APTs. Yeah. So this is nothing new, and we know answers for that, and this is what we call the comprehensive defense approach. This is nothing new. But another issue, and the final point, is the multiplication of power centers in this transformation. So we move from a unilateral US-dominated world, or you might even say for the last decade it was maybe still a bipolar world, China, US, to a multipolar world, where middle powers gains more emphasis and more importance. They contest the ruling system. They influence global rules. China does. So economic statecraft, strategic investments, and technological dominance will serve as instrument of geopolitical leverage in this system. Thank you.
Thank you for this elaborative answer. I don't know, do my other panelists also want to say something about their assessment of the state of the international order at this point? Dr. Klaus Vietze?
Yes. So, we had a couple of weeks ago, we had the Munich Security Conference, and its title was Under Destruction. And we heard a lot about wrecking ball politics, about the chainsaw approach of many countries to the international system. And Chancellor Merz even said that the existing international order as we knew it, based on rights and rules, no longer exists. I think the part as we knew it, in German it was just a small word so, yeah, the internationale Ordner so, wie wir es kennen. Yeah. That makes it a little bit less dramatic. But still, I think we see a bleak picture, but not a black picture. Yeah, it's a little bit more colorful than the wrecking ball might express this. I mean, the international system is clearly under attack from several sides. Especially the development and humanitarian systems are in an existential crisis. But many important elements of the international order still exist, still work. the situation is grave, but not entirely hopeless. Yeah, so we see that also that the institutions do suffer for many years already from internal problems. They really do need reform, but they don't need the wrecking ball. We have the UN Reform Initiative UN 80, a significant new attempt to enhance efficiency in the UN system, supported by most member states, among them also US and China, and a lot of countries from the global south. So in a way, this wrecking ball caused also some dynamics, which we didn't have before. Well, for Europe, a political commentator recently said foreign policy vacation is over. Yeah, so we have to adapt quickly and strategically to the new reality. And our basis is that we absolutely need a rules-based international order. It's not just our choice to stand for values and, for instance, also for the development goals. Values are for Europe raison d'être. We have to keep the compass, not because everything is more difficult now. That doesn't mean that we can forget what is right and what is wrong. We still have to keep this compass. And we need to think about our children, about next generations, and we have to be able to look them into the eyes, and we have to be on the right side of history, actually. What do we do now? We need swift action with partners right now, within and beyond the EU, to preserve, reform, and in some cases maybe even re-establish a rules-based international order. It cannot be the same order as today, that's clear, but we need on a kind of a EU plus partners priority list, which can be different partners for different issues. But I still see many areas where the US, China, and others will cooperate. It's proliferation, especially the nuclear non-proliferation, where the US also might think twice to attack the more technical organizations, especially here in Vienna. We have also issues like health, climate, water, development, where we will have to find partners, often not the US, especially right now, but maybe a little bit later, but where other partners might be very interested to step in and cooperate with us on issues where they are also interested. On the stepping in part, I think we speak a little bit later.
Yeah, thank you so much for this positive assessment. It's good to see a hopeful framing. I think that's what we all need in these times. And I would love to dive deeper into the topic of opportunities also for Europe that are rising. Also speaking about the European emancipation and the challenges that arise from it. I just want to give Roger one last word in regard to the opening question so that we have a common starting point for the discussion.
Antonia, thank you so much I see the DA students, and I'm just happy to be here not writing exams, specifically any economic exams. I really want to take down the expectations. I hope nobody's expecting carny energy at Davos. We've heard from the panelists already, but the sign has come down, right, about the facade of international rules-based order. I love that a German diplomat is so optimistic, which is normally the rule for a Canadian, but I'm actually going to be quite pessimistic. I have a 20-year-old Austrian-Canadian strudel daughter, and when I wake up every morning, it is nauseating and dizzying to see how the news is going. I'll give you sort of the Canadian perspective, and I would say very bluntly that what is going on in the world right now is beyond frightening. In my country, from coast to coast, things that you took for granted, partnerships, deeper integration with the United States, have now been thrown by the wayside. And that's all right if there's policy decisions or you want to reorient doctrine. But I think this has come as a huge shock to people in Canada on the tone in which we've been talked about, people questioning our sovereignty. And again, speaking as a Canadian, not as a member of GlobeSec, the disrespect that the administration has given calling Prime Minister Trudeau and Prime Minister Carney now governor. Undoubtedly, the system is changing because my country is especially in shock that we did not win the gold medal in hockey. So things are really changing. I think the panelists have really outlined already sort of the big picture issues, Antonia, but I think sort of working in the media and the news cycle, maybe there's a couple of things I can just take out that didn't get a lot of coverage. And I think those are issues that really speak to sort of the really troubling time we're living in. So as I said, one of the things that really keeps me up right now is the threat of nuclear proliferation, New START ending. All of us here in this room are, people under 30 who love Taylor Swift. You lived with such stability and you had no idea how good you had it in terms of predictability and Russia-United States dialogue on these issues. Just like that, there's no more arms control between two of the nuclear powers. On top of that, there was reports this week that China is now testing new weapons, to expand their nuclear arsenal, who's also changing their doctrine. If that wasn't enough, that you had China building up their arsenal, a recent report by, I don't know what Science magazine, it has, but 95% of simulations on AI, when they got into wargaming, chose to use nuclear weapons. And then on top of that, you have a fight going on right now between Anthropic and the Pentagon, and you finally have an AI company pushing back about you can't use the software for it. You had the Baltic states and Poland who have left the Ottawa Treaty, which is a foundational treaty, I think from 1997, about anti-personnel mines, who are building the new Maginot Line. They're building the Baltic Defense Line. You have Christine Lagarde, you had bank bosses in the financial capital of London calling for an alternative to MasterCard. And as you talked about, sort of hard power is no longer just digital infrastructure. And I think two things that have also really gone underwards is press censorship. Something that really struck me, both as a Canadian who's living here in Europe, is the hostility that the administration has showed towards the EU, and now how the Department of Homeland Security is building a website to circumvent EU law, to allow Europeans to digest hate speech and all types of awful stuff. And Brigadier General, I'm so happy you touched on it, but something that has completely been forgotten and is almost a faux pas to be talking about right now is climate security and climate security policy. With Secretary Jens Stoltenberg, we had somebody who wanted to take advantage of this. He wanted to make tanks and battalions more susceptible to mitigation, and now we're back to old commodities, and it's just unbelievable. You have the Pentagon trying to source energy from coal. So, long story short, my head is in a pretzel. I drink too much coffee, and I'm looking forward to getting your reaction.
Yeah, thank you so much, Roger, for the assessment. Do you feel like you want to reply to this, or okay? No, then I think that was speaking a lot about the drivers of disruption. Also, that is topic of the next panel. I would like to go deeper into what we already spoke about, the role of Europe, and I also followed the Munich Security Conference. As a German, also very close to German politics. And the German Chancellor Merz, he's following a policy of European emancipation, calling Europeans or calling for the European Union to become more independent from the USA, from China, from Russia, which I believe is very important given the times that we are in right now. And yesterday, actually, Chancellor Merz came back from his visit to China where he did some economic meetings. Dr. Klaus Vize, you're maybe best placed to speak about this. Is this already a sign of Europe trying to establish themselves as a middle power as we are in this moment of transition, transformation? How would you read that new tone in Germany?
I'm not yet in the position to really comment on Merz's visit to China. Yeah, but I've been working for Angela Merkel from 2008 to 2014. First 4 years in the China desk in Berlin, and then in Beijing as head of the political department. And many things I see right now look awfully familiar. Yeah, it was always a difficult balance to take. Yeah, it was always a give and take, and we were not always successful, but we were pragmatic and we were looking for common ground, despite all the difficult questions. Yeah, and I think that's exactly what Chancellor Merz did on this trip to China this time. There's clearly, whether he wants it or not, there's a signal to the international community as well. Yes, but the main outcome, I would say, is critical cooperation. Critical in many fields we know well. Everybody knows about the trade difficulties, human rights situation, and so on. Yeah, but there's also the attempt to look for issues where we can cooperate. And this might be an outcome of new multipolarity, that this has a certain new dynamic. In difference to Russia, I see China as China's not applying the wrecking ball to the international system based on rules and order. It's rather trying to shape it. And there might be issues where this attempt this approach might also be devastating. The International Court of Justice, the human rights organizations in Geneva, where you see it is hollowed out by the attempt of China to shape it. But there are other areas where you might very well find some common ground. That might be difficult. It might be a China first approach from China, as always. That's not an American invention. But you have to look at your partners and try to understand what's possible and what's not possible. And I think no more arms control. I agree that we are in a difficult situation there, but we have been there before. And we had the task to build up arms control systems. We had the task to build up nuclear facility here in Vienna who can help us to stop nuclear testing. We had all those step-by-step issues. And don't tell me people in the 70s, in the 80s were in a more difficult situation than we are right now. That's not true.
Yeah, but I just want to push back because at least back with Brezhnev, when you had SALT I and SALT II, there was really a dynamic between the Kremlin and Washington who at least recognized that there would be Armageddon if we got on it. Now nobody's going to the table. And it's not just Moscow and Washington. What advantage or motivation does China have to go and sit down right now when they're trying to expand it?
Yeah, but then you have to look further back. I mean, maybe we are in a pre-Helsinki situation again. And at that time as well, you had diplomats on all sides, which in Moscow, I think, would be very dangerous what they did, especially Ambassador to Berlin, who later became chief negotiator for Russia in Helsinki. But at that time, with the Russian governments we had then, it was same kind of feeling. You can't talk to them, but that changed with persons. I mean, I'm from East Berlin. That might be an issue in this discussion. You never know who thought the Berlin Wall would fall. I worked on North Korea. Who thought that Kim Jong-il would blow up his nuclear sites in 2009, 2010? when I started working in Vienna, it was our dream that we would have control staff from the IAEA in North Korea. And after 2 years, we managed to do that. Yeah, work for diplomats. You want to become diplomats. Yeah, but without a basic, I know right now we are in a different dynamic. Yeah, but don't lose this optimism. Don't lose track, and don't think it was ever easy.
Dr. Fitze, I also have to reply on that. What you said. Compared to the situation in the Cold War, where we experienced proxy wars outside, let's say, Europe, yeah, in other continents or in regions outside Europe, we currently have a situation that we have a hot war very close to here.
Yes.
Yeah? This is so different to the experience we had in the Cold War with short interventions in Czechoslovakia, short interventions in Hungary. The uprising '53 in GDR and something, and the suppression of it. This is completely different. We have now more than 4 years. We're in the 5th year of hot war in the Ukraine, and we shall not forget what has been also already published in the media. The threshold for the usage of nuclear weapons has been lowered by the Russian Federation. The Russian Federation threatened the use of tactical nuclear weapons. I think it was the issue. One of the issues was Kherson, the withdrawal of Russian forces from Kherson to the south, the Crimea, and it was at the end of the day. It was. This is published. This is not intelligence reports. I'm leaking. Yeah? This is something that it was at the end of the day. The chairman of the Joint Chief of Staff, who had a call with the Russian Chief of Defense and said, please don't do it. What shall we do? How can we support that you don't use tactical nuclear weapons in Europe? And we shall not forget, nuclear weapons are political arms, political weapons. Once you use it, you open the gates of hell. Yeah, that's the point. Yeah, they are here not to be used. Yeah, that's our understanding. But then we come to the point. About Europe. This is our perception. Our threat perception is completely outdated. Our Western European threat perception, because we're living in a completely different world. So we brace ourselves in the European Union as a soft power. Yeah? But what it needs now is strategic autonomy, strategic responsibility. It needs to give our instruments, soft power instruments, deterrence, the leverage of hard power. This is something what's needed now, what's urgently needed. And when the German Chancellor Merz, I'm not talking now in my function as a member of the Austrian MOD, but more a private glimpse on the issue. If Chancellor Merz goes to the PRC and discusses economic issues, and the Chinese discuss economic issues with him, with the German delegation. When the French president goes to Beijing, they discuss with him geopolitical issues, because France has nuclear weapons. France has a permanent seat in the Security Council, and France cherishes for decades, if not for centuries, geopolitical thinking, geostrategic visions. And Germans and Austrians do much lesser. And we have to restart the whole process and rethink our threat perception and the options we have to counter those threats. Yeah?
If I just may respond a little bit, I mean, also for the audience, what has really stood out is I'm so thankful that you think it's optimistic and we don't want to stay so down. But this is uncharted thinking about what diplomats or policymakers in Ottawa have to do. I mean, with all due respect, sometimes it seems as a Canadian we're living next to a drunk predator. And again, your expertise in Asia, it is unthinkable for everybody in the room that you have a country like Japan where there are now whispers about, we need our own nuclear weapons.
Right.
Nuclear umbrella doesn't exist anymore. South Korea. And I hope that they all come to their senses and realize that nuclear weapons is such a waste of money, of investment, of talent, and that we have such bigger things to have to do. But this is the respect of the countries if they feel as if they have no other alternative. And the same could be said where some of the most popular op-eds and commentaries in Canada have been about bringing back conscription and, starting to look at what a nuclear program would look like when you have, the Trump administration, whatever you want to say, threatening a NATO ally. And then again, on top of it, Lindsey Graham, senator from South Carolina or North Carolina, completely disrespecting the Danish PM, saying, and I quote, "I don't give an F who owns Greenland." I mean, this is no way that you talk to allies at all. So I think it's well within the respect of all of those countries to consider how can we defend our sovereignty and ensure, the survivability of our state.
Thank you all so much. You would like to add something, Dr. Vize?
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. I mean, we need in Europe, we have a hot war going on. We need credible hard power to secure our existence. And even if we are very lucky to preserve our way of life, even. Yeah? And all that is under threat, completely clear. And in Germany, we are actually doing a lot, at least to build up the Bundeswehr and to have a more credible defense. I would not completely agree. We still have NATO. We still have, also for the Russians, a credible deterrence. They would not so easily attack a NATO country. There's still something. We have to work on it. We have to work on it hard. Sure, but I want to say is that's not the only thing we have to do. If we look to the international system, there's also a task, and we don't want to pick up bits and pieces in a couple of years. We should do our best to preserve with partners what is still there. That's the only thing. That at the same time, we have to rebuild defense capabilities with NATO. We have to have a stronger EU process of decision-making. All those issues are by far not where they should be. But I think the work is going on. There's a lot of energy, a lot of money, a lot of personal engagement going also in the hard security areas. We have the same, not the same, but this oscillating which comes in our transatlantic relations is certainly not helpful. But we also see other personalities. Also, if you go to the international system here, especially here in Vienna, you will meet many, many people from the US who build it, who are full power behind it still. So there's still hope, I said. There's no certainty. But that it's not, this situation will not last forever is also an option.
If I just may, though, and again, it's I can sort of be the devil's advocate a little bit. Before the Munich Security Conference at the last NATO Defense Ministerial, which was also the 33rd Rammstein format before it, you had the Undersecretary of War, crazy title, Elbridge Colby, who says, "We live in an interspace system, not values-based." And is that not just the clearest expression of what the priorities of the system are for the United States moving forward? I agree with Chancellor Merz, and the Prime Minister has also talked about variable geometry and Canada having to work with other partners on other things. But the sign is blinking right now where we're going.
Yes,
and I just think whether it's the Letta or Draghi report, there's enough evidence for what Europe needs to do to stand up and be mature. Yes, they've had safe, and building a strategic culture does not happen overnight, right? Just like the Zeitenwende. But as I said, the more we try to, I speak for myself, the more Europe tries to bury its head in the sand a little bit. You have Euroclear. What are all these what is the issue on this? They can't even get the sanction package over the board. So, as I said, it's a lot of hard work, and it's important people like you and your governments who try to move this forward.
Thank you so much. I just want to shift the conversation a little bit because time is running out. So we spoke about that we have a lot of defenders of the international liberal rules-based orders. Many countries, especially Europe, have the interest to maintain the system, but we also see threats. So we also see powers like Russia and China actually deliberately attacking this order and promoting something that is entirely different. So I think my question would be, how do their approaches differ in actually attacking this order? Because I think they do use very different strategies, and what is the impact of that? How would that look like if one of them succeeds?
I think we touched on it a little bit. I mean, there's absolutely no sort of sophistication the way Russia does it, right? It's a wrecking ball, and they try to do it. It's much more dangerous, it's much more covert, and it's much more persuasive the way China does it, the way they're trying to stack positions in the security, in United Nations offices, whether it's financial, working with African Union and building partnerships. I think this is a much longer term project at how the Chinese want to shape it. And, you spoke on it a little bit earlier about how they want to shape it. They don't want... Christmas has come so early for Xi Jinping. They cannot believe the luck they are getting right now. And just as the examples where you had European leaders coming for trade delegations, there was Canadians who were imprisoned for close to 200, for over a year in China, and then you still had the prime minister have to come and do it. So the options have never been stronger or deeper right now for China to wield influence. And the threats from the Trump administration about if you do this, we're going to impose 10,000% tariffs on it, it is having the exact opposite effect. So in that sense, I think China has a very targeted, a very comprehensive long-term strategy about how they want to shape it. And at this point, unless anybody disagrees with me, Russia is a vassal state of China in terms of what it does.
Yeah, completely agreeing with you. I think what if we think stressing Russia's development for the last couple of years, when President Putin started the invasion in 2022, I think he hardly imagined that he would have 1,000 kilometers longer border with NATO as a result within a year.
Employee of the month.
That he's still in the quagmire of this Ukraine war and this campaign, holding only 20% of Ukraine territory. Right now, things in a bigger picture, these changes, I'll say also what's happening on the battlefield, on the ground in Ukraine, has an impact, has a global impact in many ways. So countries, middle powers, learn to be more self-sufficient. They're looking for autonomy. I think what we see now, I would also be carefully saying that Iran will see, or in the position in Tehran is for sure that we don't want to dismantle our nuclear program, because this is, I think, what's common sense. If the Ukrainians would have had kept the nuclear arsenal, what was on the, so to say, on Ukraine territory of the dissolution of the Soviet Union, and they would have kept it, there would have been certainly no Russian invasion. That's for sure. That's for sure. This is a lesson everybody draws from this conflict. It's in a nutshell. Yeah. Okay.
I think that's a very valuable assessment of the situation. Thank you so much. Also, since we're coming to an end of our discussion now, I quickly have one last question touching upon the topic of diplomacy, because in the end we are at the Diplomatic Academy. So if we all agree that the rules-based order is transforming or eroding, diplomacy is going to lose the framework it has operated within for decades. So my question would be, how do diplomats navigate this new world? And what, in your opinion, is the single most important thing that diplomacy has to get right in the next 5 years? Maybe Dr. Klaus Wietze, if you would like to go first.
Yeah, if you need optimism again for your future careers, at least I think you will if you go into diplomacy, you will have one of the most important jobs that are coming. Yeah? But you need also a basis. You need to know what you want to achieve. Yeah, and with this kind of thinking, you can really do a lot to overcome, to reform, to re-establish an international system, which might be the basis for all. I mean, we have the wrecking ball, yeah, but you are the ones. You have to understand, you are the ones. If you go into the diplomatic service, it's up to you. Yeah, to rethink, to reform, to restructure, to find friends, to make partners. You can be in a bilateral way very useful. Yeah, maybe you are a China or Japan expert, can help to deepen the understanding with partners like that. Or you get into climate or in armament issues. Yeah, but there are so many important jobs in this field, and I wish you all the best.
Let me add on that, because I'm a special breed, different to Dr. Fietze. I'm both a military officer and I work in the field of military diplomacy. I'm a graduate of this institution. I also thought about the impact of these developments on diplomacy, and I have a couple of points. One is that diplomacy must become a strategic integrator for the future. Integrates military deterrence, economic instruments, technological policy, so something rather new for traditional diplomats, and strategic communication. Second, diplomacy will become a risk manager in this fragmented world, in this great power competition. In crisis communication channels will be essential. Escalation and de-escalation management will become essential. Confidence building measures, especially what the OSCE is stressing, will regain importance. And diplomacy also must be a coalition builder in the future. So build on issue-based coalitions, that's a matter of fact. We will depart a little bit from this moral politics. If I'm not mistaken, there was a German Secretary of Foreign Affairs talking about feministic approach in foreign policy. I think we're a bit away from that. We will have to strengthen through diplomacy the partnership with what's called the Global South, or these new middle powers, and promote rules in these emerging important domains like cyber and artificial intelligence. And then I think that I will find support from you from that. Diplomacy for us will need to be a guardian of norms. In international humanitarian law, non-proliferation regimes, I agree with you very much on that. And for example, maritime law, a very important issue. Think about supply chain management and other economic issues, yeah. And diplomacy in a hybrid security environment will find also its new role. This is something very new we have to look at, and diplomacy needs to be backed by credible hard power. That's also quite, I think, a takeaway. Thank you very much.
I'll try to unpack it. So obviously the most important thing in the next 5 years is that Canada regains the gold medal against the USS in hockey. Okay, so 5-year priority, I would say immediately for Europe, it's a ceasefire for Ukraine with a security guarantee and not a comprehensive plan. We've been talking about that forever, but I think that at least is something that will bring some stability. It will free up capital and maneuverability for Europe and for allies of it. Longer term, within that 5-year period, it would at least be the start of some sort of comprehensive arms control discussion, right? Not a treaty per se, but bringing people to the table and starting to frame out what it would look like. Brigadier General, I kind of disagree a little bit with what the future of diplomacy looks like, and this is not to discourage anybody, but I mean, like, what if you look at the international landscape right now and you say who is doing the major diplomatic negotiations, it's not formally trained diplomats, which is a crazy idea that you have real estate people like Kushner and Witkoff negotiating deals in the Kremlin. Canada has also responded to it. They have recalled their ambassador, who was a formal diplomat, and now we have a former private equity chief, who's now Canada's ambassador doing there. And I think it's a bit of a scary thing, but if you look at also some of the examples, Brigadier General, I mean, like the Swiss, for instance, I mean, who would have thought when you woke up in Bern, you get slapped with 39% tariffs? How did they solve that problem? They sent the head of FIFA, not to mention all of the heads of these like horlogerie, like all of the big clocks, right? The private sector. They opened up Rolex opened up their US Open box to everybody. And now miraculously on Trump's desk, there's a karat gold, 24 karat gold watch a little bit. So I think diplomacy now will be a mix of formally trained diplomats who actually get into the nitty gritty of dividing it. But tete-a-tete, it seems to be more the private sector or non-trained diplomats are there also in the tech world.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, a quick comment.
Quickly. Yeah. I think it's not new that there are different forms of diplomacy besides traditional forms of diplomacy. We know the four-track diplomacy theory was the first track, so the official channels, but we do have examples. I mean, these are very good points you're bringing. I think Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, Kirill Dmitriev for President Putin. But we had this kind of forms of diplomacy in the past as well. We had back-channel diplomacy in the Oslo process and leading to the Oslo Accords. We had it. Those who serious students of international relations know the influential book Essence of Decision about the different channels of communication of the Kennedy administration to Khrushchev. To solve the Cuban Missile Crisis. This is nothing new. We will have to deal with that. Yeah? It's still existing. So if a U.S. administration in the past sends a former president, Jimmy Carter, to North Korea or to negotiate or to take care of or look at what possibilities of future negotiations are on the table. This is nothing new. Yeah? Yeah. We are just surprised about the significance of these persons, because one shall not forget those who we are trained in the training for becoming diplomats. What's very important for diplomats, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is reporting. Yeah, it's very important. So if you had negotiations, you have to write down what has been said. Yeah, this will be exchanged between those teams negotiating, and then you write a report, and that's the record. Mm-hmm. You keep the records. What we learn from the media is that those envoys do not keep any records. We don't know what's discussed, what has been discussed. Yeah? Yeah. This is something frightening me a little bit. Yeah. So you never know what you hear. Is that what really has been said in these negotiations? Yeah. That's the difference from what we learn here in this institution, or what is done in practice in established embassies by professional personnel. Yeah.
But Birgit, just the last one before the Q&A, but if you just look at this, way before the Greenland situation, when you had the PM Frederiksen in Denmark, and she was still trying to navigate how do we deal with Trump, who was the person she called? It was the chief of Maersk, the largest shipping company. She could have called Anders Fogh Rasmussen, former Danish head. So it at least speaks to the first inclination or the first reaction of where people are at least getting their advice. 100% on the reporting, and that matters. But across it just seems as if untrained diplomats are having an outsized influence like they've never had before. Mm.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm pleased to see that this discussion is flourishing. I could go on longer, but I would like to open the floor to questions from the audience now. I'm going to take two, and then we will see how we respond. Maybe here in the first row.
Thank you very much for this very insightful panel. My name is Sonja Meyer. I'm a MICE 2 student here at the DA. I have a question regarding what Brigadier General Rottenberger said in his opening statement, but possibly also interesting to the other panelists, with regard to the blurring of the lines between war and peace and hybrid activities. We've heard a lot about state-to-state threats, but not so much about non-state actors. And I was just wondering, what weight would you give to non-state actors, for example, organized criminal groups? We've had the Wagner Group, we've had World Typhoon with China, and they're often being used as hybrid threats from states to states, but also as non-state actors themselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Yeah, maybe right there next to you.
Hi, I'm Paul. I'm from Vienna. I wanted to ask about basically not only the when it comes to diplomacy. For me, it's not only foreign policy; it's also to some part also domestic policy. You know, and when you have the foreign minister talking about certain stuff, they also often communicate inwards towards to their population as well. And what I feel like talking about is changing world order and so on is often there's a lack of awareness, certainly in the population, about the necessity for increased defense spending and increased foreign policy efforts and so on. So, like, even though it has certainly increased since the war in Ukraine, the awareness that we need more and more sort of not only soft power but also hard power, like, would you say what role can diplomacy play in increasing the awareness for the necessity for increasing hard power in Europe?
Thank you so much for the question. I would give the question to my panelists, and then we're going to do a second round. Dr. Rothenberger, would you like to go first on the first question regarding the role of non-state actors?
Yeah,
it was
okay.
addressed to you.
Yeah, well, that's a wide field. Thank you for the question. Would me take at least half an hour to respond to that in the full scale. Yeah, in the full scale. So we have non-state actors who look like non-state actors, but maybe they are directed by governments. Yeah, and we know those non-state actors who, giving an example, an NGO here in Europe, who is funded by a foreign power and is included in that disinformation campaign. Yeah? And we have now valid proof for the use of organized crime in Western Europe, organized crime organization in Western Europe, used as agents by foreign intelligence services. East of Europe, if you know what I mean. Yeah, so that's not something new. That's not something new. As we had in the early 2000s, private militarized companies working for states and feel not accountable. I'll give you the example of Iraq. Yeah, those BMCs working in Iraq, BMCs like you mentioned, Wagner. Both in the Ukraine and in Africa. That's nothing new. And earlier on, we had terrorist groups, non-state actor terrorist groups, who were funded, trained, and logistically supported, including intelligence by states. That's nothing new. The picture is more blurred. Yeah, it's more blurred. But I would put the emphasis on disinformation campaign, non-state actors in disinformation campaigns, and sabotage, at least what concerns here Europe.
Thank you so much. For the second question, that was about the role of diplomacy in internal affairs, so about the awareness and how it's going to respond. Dr. Fietze, maybe you would like to say something to that?
I think for this question also Mr. Rottenberger should be in the driving seat, because Austria has this problem, is doing actually a lot to raise the awareness in the country. Where in Austria, I think 2-3 years ago, the threat perception was close to zero. Yeah, but that's changing, and you have good strategies to do so. But I also wanted to take up the first question. I mean, you have disinformation, you have sabotage, and you have the platforms for that. Yeah, and in my view, yesterday we had a very interesting panel with an Austrian living in Great Britain who is working on internet security. Yeah, and with the analysis that Europe is by far not doing enough to force big tech companies to reduce the threat to Europe on many, many levels, which is coming through those networks. Among them, this disinformation issues, but that goes much deeper. Yeah, you have for instance, TikTok, which is very much focused on single countries kind of technologies in place for Europe, US, China is much different. Yeah, and then you see that they are not just like a catastrophe. No, it's players. It's people who act on us. It's a kind of warfare. Yeah, to influence our societies, to spread disinformation. All that is not just happening, it's being done. And there the EU is far too reluctant to react. And that was the outcome yesterday among the specialists. And there you see just one single piece where inside the EU there's a slow, awfully cumbersome way to make decisions. And then you still need to convince everybody to really do something. But that's going on. It takes time. But you have these non-state actors, big tech companies who play a role in our life now, which is absolutely unacceptable. You have to understand this, and then you have to be specific on the way they are being used.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this assessment. Do we have time for another round of questions? Okay, I will take 2 more questions.
While you do it, I just in case my boss is watching, I just need to plug something. Globsec just came out with a report, the Crime Nexus Terror, which has a whole methodology explaining how Russia is working with the mafia for for these attacks, plausible deniability, recruitment, and it has been targeted 110 kinetic attacks against Europe, or attempts, 110, where 80 plus were successful and 20 were foiled. But as I said, pay for play with the Kremlin and the mafia is nothing new, but this is just an extension of, how states are waging wars against other states. So if you're watching, boss, I got it.
Thank you. Maybe here in the first row again. Not first row, but third.
Thank you. I just quickly want to build on the question of disinformation, and as I regard misinformation and also disinformation coming from Russia or generally as a very dangerous tool to destabilize societies, I wanted to ask Mr. Hilton what European states actively do against Russian disinformation campaigns. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Sarah. I'm also a second-year student at the Diplomatic Academy. And we heard a lot about rearmament. And so my question is, how realistic is still a meaningful progress in disarmament? And how do you see existing frameworks that we have, and we have a lot of them, do they still play a role in the future? So can they have a stabilizing or maybe regulatory effect on rearmament efforts? Or do you think that they will just get sidelined more and more? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your questions. I think we can give the first question directly to Roger about destabilization and disinformation.
So just to be clear, I'm no disinformation expert. I can kind of give you big points. Having working with the students at the DA and working with high school students back in Canada, I think one thing that governments need to do is that there needs to be social media hygiene taught at the earliest levels of gymnasium or at high school. Some of these laws, like Australia and Canada, have looked into about banning social media for 16 is not a full solution, but having people realize the power and how they're plugged in is something that they should do. constantly talking about it vigilantly. The strategy has changed now, at least on the NATO level, about naming and shaming, right? So when there is disinformation going out, now they are calling it out and they are attributing it, even if it's not 100%, which is a change in doctrine. And one specific situation I would really, really encourage you to look into is if you have trolls online, you need to look into the Lithuanian elves. And these are volunteer people across Lithuania who in their free time between drinks, coffee, and bagels are out there debunking this disinformation going on. So the government can only do so much, and it needs to be a full of society approach. I think both of you guys are familiar with this total defense concept coming out of Sweden, where...
And Austria.
Yeah, and Austria. It's very easy to protect your skies with physical hardware, but the one thing that is the most vulnerable and the hardest to protect is thinking and critical thinking in your brain. So I'm not sure if I answered it, but that's my take on it.
Thank you so much for the answer. I think it's a very interesting and very crucial topic to discuss. Who would like to answer the question on disarmament and the regularity effect?
I would make a
Floor is
start, and I
yours.
think hand over then to you. Most of our lives, at least for the two of us, if I look at you, sorry, pose the question, we lived in a historical period. Yeah? Disarmament, let's say, in the 20th century, right after World War I, and then at the last phase of the Cold War. We didn't know that it was the last phase of the Cold War, the disarmament phase of the 1970s, 1980s, led to the collapse of the Soviet Union and the Warsaw Pact, and what came afterwards, what Francis Fukuyama called the end of history. Just want to tell you, I would say it was not the end of history. We took vacation from history, and vacation is over now. I'm sorry, it's not the season for disarmament. Yeah, and we're in an armaments race, let's say, in East Asia for more than a decade. Some people talk about 2 decades. If you look on armament cells in the Gulf region, in East Asia, South Asia, we just follow this trend, and you cannot disconnect, and you cannot enforce rearmament and at the same time call for disarmament. I'm very sorry. This is not the season. I'm very sorry. Yeah, I wish it would be, but we're living in a world. I don't know. Was it the Canadian Prime Minister who said it in Davos about living in a jungle and you have the predators around? That's the world we're living in. So I only can say, Europe, wake up. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you, Dr. Rotenberger.
I'm very often now spoilers in such discussion and presentations. I'm sorry.
Maybe Dr. Fietz, a last positive word.
Not really, because I mean, one thing must be clear. I mean, before you start with disarmament, on both sides there's to be credible deterrence, and the actors must be clear. That's also not the case right now. Yeah? But there's another sub-level to that. Like, let me talk a little bit about the CTBTO here in Vienna, the nuclear test ban organization. What reason on earth should any of the nuclear powers have to dismantle this kind of system? Yeah? Maybe if somebody thinks of testing by themselves, but they still would like to preserve this network of stations worldwide where you see exactly if somebody is taking plutonium out of the fuel rod in a nuclear activity. Everybody would like to preserve the system, and to know which kind of explosion is going on. So this kind of arms control will still be meaningful despite all sides now being on the track to first build up the necessary deterrence, because everybody is in a new situation, new armaments, new kinds of defense mechanisms, new alliances, all that's going on. But what I said first is disarmament needs credible deterrence. Otherwise it has never worked, never ever. So step 1, step 2.
Thank you so much. And I think with this, we are coming to an end of our second panel. In the interest of time, I'm going to wrap it up quickly. I think we heard a lot of interesting opinions and valuable insights into the future of Europe, risk and opportunities for emerging and middle powers. We see the threats of China and Russia. Depends on how we're going to respond to them. And I think also what is very valuable, or my key takeaway, is the issue of risk perception, and that we have to redefine power, especially in Europe. I think we also have some very good takeaways for us diplomatic students in terms of we need to be optimistic and we need to work together. Yeah, it's a challenge for the future. But for now, I wish you all a nice lunch break. The next panel is at 2. It's panel 3, Drivers of Disruption. And yeah, thank you all for being here. Hope you enjoyed it.
We'll get started. If everybody could take a seat. Okay, good afternoon, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to welcome you here today for the third panel of the DASICON event, Drivers of Destruction, Forces Behind the End of the Old Order. Now, I know we've all just had lunch, so we're hoping to provide some stimulating discussion to get you out of the post-food slump. I'll introduce myself, and then I'll introduce the panelists. My name is Ursula Gerhardt. I'm in the first year of the MICE program here at the Diplomatic Academy, and I have the honor to be speaking today with 4 distinguished academics who will be your panelists. Let me begin at the far end with Ms. Velina Chakarova. Ms. Chakarova is a geopolitical strategist here in Vienna and founder of the consultancy company FACE, For a Conscious Experience. Until 2023, she was the director of the Austrian Institute for European and Security Policy, and she holds a master's in political science from the University of Heidelberg and has special expertise in global systems transformation, geostrategy, as well as the EU policy in Eastern Europe. To her left, we have to her right, sorry, that's terrible. To her right, I have Professor Reinhard Mechler. Professor Mechler is the head of the Systemic Risk and Resilience Group in the International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis, and he's visiting professor at the University of Oviedo. His expertise lie in ecological economy, climate risk and resilience analysis, and he brings more than 25 years of experience to the table. Next to him, we have Dr. Daniel Condor. Dr. Condor is a postdoctoral researcher at the Complexity Science Hub. He holds a PhD in physics from Utrecht University, and he applies network and data science to the study of large-scale societal systems, exploring human mobility, geographically embedded phenomena, and agent-based modeling to better understand how complex interactions drive systemic change. Last but not least, we have Professor Erin Jenner, who is a professor of international relations at the Central European University here in Vienna. She's a specialist in ethnic conflict, nationalism, populism, and international security. Her research examines how domestic and international institutions shape the containment or escalation of emerging conflicts. What I'm particularly excited for with this panel is that we have such a wide range of academics from such a wide range of backgrounds. We have a geopolitical strategist, we have an ecological economist, we have a physicist, and we have an international relations and political science tutor. So hopefully it means we can draw some connections between the different fields, making some multidisciplinary links. That being said, let's dive right into the drivers of disruption in today's world, the forces behind the end of the old order. And I would like to ask each of you, perhaps starting at the end with Ms. Chakarova, to share a few words on which driver of disruption you personally find to be the most alarming in our current world. If I hand over to you.
All of you who actually decided to stay for the last session. Having this wonderful weather today, we really appreciate your kindness, and I hope it's genuine interest rather than some sort of obligatory participation. So let us make this session worth it. Now, coming from the background of global politics, global system shifts, and geopolitics, allow me to give you a very, very short overview of what I consider most urgent and most, I wouldn't say worrisome, because I'm in the field of dealing with critical uncertainties. These are processes and events whose outcome we cannot predict. So in my field, when I have someone calling for World War III, for instance, and certainly right now you have read such headlines, right? World War III. Now, I argue this person is probably a little bit confused, It's normal because it's a critical uncertainty. In fact, we do not know. So what I do is trying to make sense of these kind of critical uncertainties in the field of geopolitics, geoeconomics, and geotechnology. And you already clearly see the nexus between these three major arenas, which is the what is geographic space, what is actually derived from certain national interests or access or lack of such to critical raw materials, or critical supply chains, or critical commerce corridors, etc., etc. And this is the first segue I have for you. We are right now already in the manifestation of this newly emerging world order, one that, of course, is with an open ending, so we do not know, is it now a kind of Pax Americana 2.0, question mark? Is it a kind of chaotic and volatile multipolarity, question mark? Or is it even, as I actually argue, and this is the framework I'm using right now to make sense of this complexity, a kind of a new Cold War 2.0 between two major centrifugal forces of geopolitics, geoeconomics, and geotechnology, namely on the one side, US-led kind of bloc, of course, under the American leadership. And as we see right now, convention doesn't really work with partners and allies, so America is using more coercion rather than conviction to gather a kind of a new orbit. And you can actually position it as a kind of a Western bloc, if you wish. Let's just stick a little bit to the old terminology. But then we have also an anti-Western bloc, and it's clearly, and I want to highlight anti-Western in its modus operandi and in its DNA, and this is the China-Russia modus operandi of strategic coordination in all systemically relevant domains. So again, here you have a clear indicator, a major force of disruption, a variable that operates across geopolitical domains, geoeconomic domains. Think of all these kind of new arenas of competition. And just to give you one example, the Arctic is now being facilitated by the Dragon Bear as an alternative maritime and commerce corridor that is supposed, of course, to enable China and Russia to operate freely, and that means without the control of the United States. And final point, of course, technology. And again, here we see it's a winner-takes-all mindset. It's actually us or them. The winner will decide and will actually impose the new rules of the game, the new global order, if you like, and we are in the middle of the competition. So I wrap it up for you. No matter whether it's going to be a volatile multipolarity or a new Cold War, there is no, or let's say no plausible scenario right now for direct conventional confrontation between United States on the one hand and China and Russia on the other, and that's good news. And the second point is the rise of the middle powers as the most interesting critical uncertainty with a positive connotation. Why? Because it's neither Western nor anti-Western in its DNA, and it's actually something new. That is the narrative coming from the Global South powers, and this is going to be a major force of change, let's say, to the better.
Ms. Chakarova, can you give me the driver of disruption that you are most worried about right now? If you had to choose one. You've given some really nice ones there, but if you had to identify one right now.
That is the AI, because the AI is going to be the game changer, deciding the fate of the new world order. And the AI is going to be at the core of not just the technological competition, but you need geoeconomic component to it because of the major hunger coming from, let's say, data centers, or meaning demand for raw materials. Amid decarbonization, this is, of course, a significant driving force. And last but not least, because it's, in the end, about the use of hot power. The AI and, of course, the technological revolution will enable great powers, the triumvirate of great power competition, to use or not use hard power in terms of conventional, nuclear, and any other kind of arms race, because we are just at the beginning of the new one. So there you go.
AI, perfect. Yeah. Okay, over to Professor Mechler. What is the one driver of disruption that worries you?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, thanks. Wanted to bring that in. That's a good point. So I'm not sure it's the key one, but I wanted to focus a bit on climate and disasters, because that's my field, and maybe there's something to be learned about. But first of all, I'm grateful to be here. First, I've been in Vienna. I'm German. I've been here for a long time, never been here. It's good to be here. And to me, it looks a bit like a mini MSC conference, the Munich Security Conference. I'm a big fan of the Munich conference. It's really great. We need those places where we can talk clearly and frankly about stuff. You don't get it in the media always, not always the papers. So it's good. Good to be here. Maybe that's wasn't organized for the organizers. But anyway, wanted to talk about, at Munich. I'm German. Our chancellor spoke up, and he was also a little bit like my colleague, saying the old order is gone. Then he didn't explain what the new one would be. But then he said, well, we have to do something, and it's not about reducing the risk, but it's taking opportunities. So that was a bit what he was talking about. Maybe to rephrase it, I'm not sure the old order is gone. I hate to believe it, but certainly it's stress tested, it's changing. Maybe it's unraveling. That's what I heard. That's what you maybe agreed to somewhat in the morning. I didn't come in the morning, sorry. So it's unraveling, but we need to think about what else can be done. So what I wanted to talk about very shortly, even if it's unraveling, it's changing, something else is coming in, we need to think about opportunities indeed, like as our chancellor said, I'm not part of the party, whatever. For me, it's a bit about then, when we look at climate and disasters, and more generically, it's about the negative cascading systemic risks, that we need to talk into positive cascading risks. Okay, that's not such a sexy statement. Let me try to talk about this a bit more. So my daily work, I focus a bit on the question, how important is climate and disasters to disruption of global governance, right? I would say it's very important. And this is certainly because we see the negative cascading risks. So these are self-amplifying systemic risks, interrelated risks that are leading to collapse. We're not in climate change era anymore, not in the climate crisis era, we're in the climate emergency. I know also that I'm not so appealing to people, but that's what we see, right? We see systems collapsing, we see water security, food security, human security at stake, so that's certainly occurring. Why is this happening? Maybe going just a little bit deeper. It's happening because the climate is changing, hazards are becoming more frequent, more volatile and stuff like that. But it's also because that's the hazard variable, right? But as we also know, disasters and climate emergencies, climate risks are unnatural. They're not natural, they're unnatural. We also got exposure. We got more people. We have more people at risk. We got also people differentially at risk. That has to do with income, but also with education, other stuff. And then we got vulnerability being a key component here. And that's, I think, also a driver that we in the climate risk department or component also consider. It's, of course, people are there's inequity, global inequity, right? Access to information, access to resources, geopolitical fragmentation. So that's also driving climate risk, and climate risk would also be driving, of course, I would say, global risk and the lack of good governance that we have. So there's a lot of evidence here that we are seeing that. And then we can say, okay, that's great, and that's the work YASA is doing, understanding tipping points, so it's all going this direction, right? But that's not good enough, and I think there's interest in this mantra that Merz talked about. Let's turn it into opportunities. And I think that's what's needed. And what's needed for that is probably also change maybe of mindset a bit. And then here it's research or like it's analysis we can do, but it's also the personal mindset. We just there's no other way. It's maybe inevitable that we need to turn crisis into opportunity. And what could that be? For example, in the climate domain, I would argue it looks like it's all fragmented, it's disorganized, nothing is happening, but it's not true. Over the last 30 years, we baked climate change into the system. EU holds it, EU does a lot of work, even in Austria, where you don't talk about climate anymore, the current coalition. It's totally in the system, right? It's happening, of course, it's at the policy level, at the directive level, so it's happening. What does it mean? Austria, like renewable electricity today is like more than 80%, right? In EU, it's 50%. Even globally, it's 40%. And that's great for the climate, but it's also great to be independent of some higher forces looking east, right? So I think that's one way to go into this opportunity space. And I think we just need to do more. And maybe my last word, I know you want to stop me. There's a bit of this framing, and so maybe it sounds naive, a bit too optimistic. We talked about this, but it's also popping up at EU levels. So this negative into the positive, and people call it multiple resilience dividends of taking action on sustainability issues. And yeah.
I promise you more time on the environment later on, I promise.
Okay.
Over to Dr. Condor now, the driver of disruption for you.
Thank you. So maybe not a main driver of disruption, but an important contributor and an important component in potentially determining outcomes is the possibility for societies to lose resilience and lose the capacity of cooperation. And looking in the Western world, there is many signs that this is happening. This has been happening. You see increased political polarization. You see new leaders who come up with new and strange and crazy ideas and agendas. You see business leaders increasingly influencing politics and increasingly influencing politics only for their own or their company's benefit. And there is a lessened ability for societies, for countries to come together and take actions together, but even within one country to take collective action. So there are signs that this is happening, and our group at the Complexity Science Hub is trying to quantify it. So our group leader, Peter Turchin, already 10 years ago did a quite detailed analysis for the United States. And it indeed shows that multiple indicators come together which then lead to instability and a decreased capacity to solve problems. Now we are trying to extend this research to more countries and specifically to European countries, and hopefully we will tackle what's the difference between cooperation on a country level in the EU and the whole EU level as well. So I would say that it is a driver because you see foreign policies of countries changing, swinging. I mean, of course, if you look at the US and look at the joining the Paris Agreement and then quitting and all the back and forth there, but also within Europe there are risks that countries suddenly change track, or countries act in their own narrowly defined self-interest as opposed to the interest of the EU, or country leaders act in a narrowly defined interest of specific power groups within the country, even at the expense of their own society as a whole. And this will, of course, determine the outcome. So when you're thinking about competition between what you say Western and non-Western countries, there is a risk, and of course you might know more about the capacity of collaboration in China or Russia, but we are in some way should be very worried about the capacity of collaboration among our own countries.
Thank you. And finally, if I can get Professor Jenne to present her driver of disruption.
I like how you put us on the spot with this one single
there has to be one
option. Can't be more than one. Yeah. We live in the age of polycrisis, right? So a lot of things I could mention that basically are coming together to have a pretty terrific, by which I don't mean great, conjunctural effect on international stability. Coming from the perspective of international relations theory, the focus for many of us, particularly in the kind of realist or neoclassical realist tradition, is, of course, hegemony, right? So global hegemony, meaning what is the structure of the international system, and who serves as a lender of last resort, who serves as a kind of a backstop for international security and global financial stability, right? I mean, the whole Bretton Woods system that was established after World War II, progressively coming apart. This has been speeding up in the last few decades, as we know. Just actually a couple months ago, the US withdrew from 66 international organizations. But this is not coming out of nowhere, right? The nuclear arms framework has been progressively undermined, 20 years ago under George W. Bush, but also Putin, right? So this is gradually coming undone. All of these sort of institutions that collectively we understand as a liberal international order are coming undone, partly because of the massive gap between the haves and the have-nots. That famous elephant curve, which basically says that there's a lot of poorer people in poorer countries that have grown into the middle class, but then there's also a kind of the lower classes of the rich countries that are falling behind the wealthier ones, and feel aggrieved and are giving their political power to populist forces. And if I may say, I am, I think, a direct sort of consequence of these politics, because my institution, Central European University, which for over 20 years was based in Hungary, was essentially no longer allowed the option to continue matriculating students because the Prime Minister and his party launched a full frontal assault on all of our ability to function within Hungary. And this is why we're here in this lovely city of Vienna. So I can say that I have directly lived it. I and all my colleagues and all of our students and staff who have had to change countries because this is no longer the type of country that welcomes our brand of, let's say, liberalism.
Thank you very much, all. There was a reason for which I was mean and asked for one driver of disruption, and it was in some way to show that there are so many simultaneous issues that we're having to deal with. And the point I want to get at is how on earth do we prioritize when we've got so many issues that are all simultaneously shaping and leading to the unraveling of the global order? How on earth do we face them all? Indulge me on this. You've all presented a different driver of disruption. If we were to lock our panelists in a room together and not allow them to leave until they had found an order in which to tackle the problems, what would you come out with? If I could get you to discuss on this, what are you going to prioritize? What comes first? If you can give us the order. We've had AI, we've had climate, we've had the failure of institutions and self-interested nationalism, we've had populism, we've had the polycrisis on a whole. If I could get you to debate it. Should we start with Professor Mechler?
It doesn't matter, right? Sorry, it doesn't matter where you start, I would say, right? Maybe I didn't bring it out. We do climate stuff, but I'm this ecological economist, so we do transdisciplinary research. So it doesn't matter where you start. We can start with climate modeling. We can start with climate governance, which is not falling apart. It's only US drawing out. For me, it doesn't matter. It's all interrelated, and there's different entry points. And I think we got those people at the table here that can talk about this stuff. Maybe another point, but it matters a lot to do it jointly and not in isolation. If I got to mention YASA, 72, founded in Vienna via Science Diplomacy Institute. We were founded by the East and the West Bloc. And then we had people from my home country, Germany, East and West Germany here, with Russians, with Americans and everything. And yeah, they collaborated, they worked on common issues that are too large to be solved by individual countries, and out came many issues. For example, I would say YASA has been a founding member of the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. maybe this joint ambition, this collectivism led to something else. And it doesn't matter what it is, right? Because you meet after work and drink. Okay, sorry, I forgot. But that's...
No, it's I like your answer on collectivism. I'm not sure you'd escape the locked room, but I think a multidisciplinary working on issues simultaneously approach works. Would anybody else like to chip in and talk about how they would establish a hierarchy for the drivers of disruption? Please.
You mean solutions?
So finding solutions. So you've got these disruptors. How are you dealing with each of them, and in what order?
Yes. So maybe you will find strange that I'm just going to repeat my problem is the most important, but I'm going to say that to solve any problem, we have to find ways for people to be able to cooperate, to work together. So we need to address issues that generate too much instability in our societies. And very interesting, you specifically mentioned the elephant curve and concerns about inequality and people being left behind. So that's one very big component that probably affects Western developed countries more, that there are segments of society who feel left behind, and they might say it's very nice that you can meet in a fancy palace discussing climate change or AI or whatever, but why should we care? Our lives are already bad enough. And then you have the voices who ask in a obviously demagogue way, who will pay the price of climate adaptation, etc. And it's easy to jump that there is no other way, and we just put more pressure on people, often already disadvantaged people, until the system breaks. But it doesn't necessarily have to be that way. So we have to think about how to take collective action, how to take action in an inclusive way. And for most Western countries, but probably also for everywhere, that means thinking about addressing inequalities in wealth. I would say actually inequalities in social power. Social power is something you think how much control you can feel over your own life and others' life. And wealth is nowadays a very good proxy for social power, which hopefully can lead to more ability to cooperate, more ability to make sacrifices where they really matter, and better governance.
Thank you very much. Ms. Chakarova?
I can just give you a very short overview of my hierarchy. Right now, for 2026, the most urgent questions I receive, no matter whether it's from the public or from the private sector, they are pretty similar. One is there going to be a nuclear exchange? And my answer is no, with quite high plausibility, based on the scenario planning that I outlined in the previous round. And that is because we have entered, in 2026, we have entered the first phase of this new, let's say, international relations framework, which is managed confrontation. So that means that the incentive on both sides, and by the way, it's important, it's not non-Western. The other bloc is anti-Western. I mean, non-Western are the countries, the majority of the countries are non-Western. But the second bloc is actually anti-Western, clearly anti-Western in mindset, clearly anti-Western in DNA and in modus operandi. And it's understandable they have different reading, different imagination, different wishes for the future of the international order. So it's, again, a competition, but it's a managed confrontation, which means, of course, that the incentive on both sides to get engaged in a direct conventional and by extension, nuclear confrontation is very low. So that means also that this kind of formats as Xi Jinping, Trump summit, Putin, Trump kind of summit, whatever, and next step will be trilateral summit, are actually the signs of the time. This is a new kind of era, and it's important to actually lower this kind of misjudgment of the system. A second important hierarchical component, so this is the first one, as I said, no World War III, please, if you listen to, read headlines. Of course, World War III would mean something similar of scope and scale as the First and the Second World War, and I don't want you to buy into this kind of thinking, because even if we are in a world confrontation, right now we have much more of understanding about the severity of a mutual destruction. So again, no matter how you judge and assess the rationality of one or other world leader, please do understand that there is an understanding of the need to prevent this kind of scenario. Same goes for nuclear exchange, same goes for the use of conventional weapons. But the second hierarchical component here is, of course, the very important role of the non-Western powers. And here I have a perfect example for you of the only middle power. Europe is also middle power, by the way. Meanwhile, we have been downscaled to a middle power. There are plenty of middle powers across all continents, but one that has clear profile of strategic autonomy, because we like to talk about strategic autonomy a lot in Europe, because we desire to have it, but we do not have it. So we actually strive for strategic autonomy. That's India. So India is going to be a very, very significant, country on the meta level of international relations by engaging with United States on certain sectors and fields, with Russia on other sectors and fields, and with China. There, of course, what is really important as a mega trend is to manage the regional confrontation, because China and India are in a strategic rivalry context, which again is bad news not only for South Asia, but actually for the whole world. And right now they have managed this confrontation. They have decided that it's better for almost 3 billion people to actually agree on some sort of predictability of the relationship. And again, despite being strategic rivals, these two countries have engaged in a confidence-building mechanisms in trade, in economic portfolio, technological components. And this is the spirit of the era. Yes, we will have a lot of competition. Yes, there will be a lot of dangerous situations. Yes, the number of conflicts will increase. Yes, the proxy wars will also be more will be manifesting in a more specific and peculiar way. But at the same time, the urge to manage to prevent the world from entering an abyss will be much higher and much more collectively defined. And I think I would stop here, that this is probably the good news out of all the, let's say, confusing and worrisome signals coming from the field of international relations.
Thank you. Professor Jenner, would you like to delineate your hierarchy for us briefly?
Well, yeah, so I began with my chosen most major disruptor as being the vacuum in global leadership. So specifically the long-term and now pretty rapid decline of U.S. hegemonic leadership, not only in the region, but also in Europe and in the world. So from my point of view, and I think from any kind of strategist sort of looking at this in a realistic way, there's no way around a terrific disruption that comes from the transition of power from a status quo hegemon to a challenger power, which people have assumed is probably something like China. There have been guesses about other potential leaders, but in the meantime, we're in a very disruptive, we're in what might be called a critical juncture that I don't think that there's any way to navigate around except for, and going back to what Dr. Konder is saying, addressing this sort of the neck in the elephant curve, right? Those classes in liberal democratic societies that feel like they no longer want to sort of prop up the liberal international order give them some kind of buy-in, right? Maybe a universal basic income. I mean, this could still take a long time to achieve, and there are tremendous costs. And at the same time, achieving strategic autonomy in Europe is also going to require a whole lot more defense spending. And so then you're stuck with the traditional classic guns and butter trade-off that all European societies are, and all developed societies are kind of dealing with at the moment. So yeah, I mean, from my point of view, try to shore up the popular support for a kind of a liberal order, liberal democracy, and to do so, you have to get a buy-in. People have to really believe in the system and in the institutions that they support.
Thank you very much. I want to come back to a point that Ms. Chekarova made about AI, and to zoom in on technology specifically. And my question for you really is technology a force of disruption, a driver of disruption in its own right, or is it massively exacerbating and perpetuating forces that already exist? So with AI and climate risk, for example, or social media and populism, are we seeing that it's making it worse, or is it its own problem to be tackled? Would anybody like to start?
By explaining why I actually made this call. And in my systems analysis, technology is this layer of global system shifts and global system transformation that has been here before. Over 250 years of technological revolutions. I mean, we had 3 already in the past, and each one was also linked to significant technological breakthroughs, which were the main enabler for global power projection. So the power, the country that was able to basically ride the wave of each of the industrial revolutions, the first and the second one, this was the time of Great Britain, and the last one was decided in the competition between United States and Soviet Union. And once again, here we are, and I claim that technology will be the field with the sum of the technological breakthroughs. That means that both sides will try, of course, to be the hegemon of technological innovation. And we are already in the middle of this competition. That means that both sides want to win this competition for themselves. And then there are other countries which are lagging behind and will decide either to join one of these 2 centers of power, or maybe to combine forces with, let's say, third powers. We do not know yet. But anyway, AI, as we clearly see, is this kind of silver lining. As it's going to be this game changer in terms of enabling either China or United States to be able to thrive on all other domains. Now, my colleagues will, of course, explain the other forces that are behind technology that are also enabling or leading to multiplicative effects. I'm only linking technology to the field of global power competition. And here there is no, let's say, there is an overt statement already. I mean, the masks are off. Both sides have clearly stated that they want to win this competition. And the question mark, of course, is how long it will take, what will be the final outcome. But what we know for a fact is that there cannot be 2 winners, unfortunately. And this is where we are for the moment, and why I think that it's going to be the most decisive, disruptive force in the global and regional power projection and competition.
Would you like to add something, Professor Mechler? Yeah.
Yeah, I could on that. Yeah, I would agree. It's a disrupt in its own right. AI is clear, right? But then it doesn't operate in a vacuum. So it's building also on the inequities, inequitable access to technology. I think what's different about AI is also the speed of it, right? I mean, I may be an oldie here, but just the sheer speed of that and the choices and the decisions that are being made on that technology, which have massive also environmental consequences, right? Geopolitical, economic consequence, but also climate consequences, all these data hubs where they store our damn data. My kids also using it. And so it's a big disruptor, yeah. I would still argue, let's not play it out one against the other, but it's a big one, yeah. So, yeah, thanks.
I'll move on to one more question of the main panel, and then I'll hand over to audience questions. We're talking a lot, and we've spoken already today, about the role of diplomacy in fighting against the collapse of the old order, and in this case, against drivers of disruption. But I have 4 academics sat here, and I have a room full of students. And the question I want to ask you is what is the role of academics and what is the role of students? Because some of us are diplomats, many of us here are not. So what can students do, what can academics do right now, given the state of affairs?
This distinction between, I also don't like academics, because sometimes I work a lot with NGOs, and when they say academic, they put me in this ivory something, which, but for me it's a mindset, right? So the research mindset, and speaking maybe truth to power, speaking open about what's happening, right? And I think then it doesn't matter whether it's academics, it's students, or whoever it is, but it's really, we need to be clear on what we are seeing. We need to speak up and lay out what we are seeing. And it's not the truth, but it's certainly our perspective on stuff, and then engage in something. And of course, the next generation is always great to have here. I mentioned to Ursula when I came here, I like these high-level debates, but sometimes it's much more exciting to talk to younger people because the mindset is very different. I got 2 younger people at home, but they don't talk to me, so I'm granddaddy, they don't talk to me, so I'm good to be here. Okay, I shut up.
Professor Jenner?
So researchers have shown that we're, setting all of these disruptions and all this negative news aside, we're at a kind of a peak of protests around the world. And many of these protests are made up of, university students and professors. And so clearly, the university community, institutes and similar kind of institutions of learning have a crucial function in terms of building ideological power, against these right-wing authoritarian governments. And we can see that people have gone on and performed roles in news organizations. They've gone into governments, into diplomacy. They've become scholars all around the world. There's a reason these governments, these on the right, go after universities first, because they pose a direct threat to their ideological control over society. So I think this sort of follows up on some of what was said here.
Should we hand over to audience questions? Has anybody got anything specific they'd like to ask? We start at the front, the lady with the striped jumper.
Thank you very much for this interesting discussion. My name is Ramona Reiter. I'm a MICE 2 student here at the Diplomatic Academy. And my question would add on to the discussion on populist forces. And it would be, are nationalist and populist movements primarily reactions to systemic pressures like we talked about inequality? Or would you say they're autonomous political forces that are reshaping or shaping foreign policy and multilateral cooperation from within? Thank you.
Thank you. And if we take one more question. Stefania?
Thank you so much. I'm also a student here at the DA, and it's extremely interesting panel for me because in a certain way I can relate to all of the backgrounds from our speakers today. And one of the points that I really got for myself from this panel is that sometimes to really develop a decision that would make sense for mutually benefiting development, we usually lack the civil society perspective and how something would actually make sense, as well as the science. So my question would be, is there any way how the paradigm can be U-turned in a way that the development can, as Dr. Konder said, could center societal benefits and development, including the technology, including climate? Because to my point of view, this technological competition, as well as in the past, it has always been in place, is something which is organic to human beings. However, the major cornerstone in my perspective, is how it would actually benefit us, because climate is a huge thing that just shows like where exacerbation of resource use damages the world, both in terms of ecology and societies that are extracting these resources and bear the price, including water, soil. Thank you.
Shall we start with the first question?
Sure. Okay, so thank you for the question. This is obviously, you could write whole books, and people have written whole books on what are the causes of populist and nationalist movements. The classic sort of debate is between sort of supply side, so basically elite-driven. Elites have incentives to stay in power, gain resources, and so they use this kind of Manichaean people versus elite rhetoric in order to gain and maintain power. And the other sort of approach looks at it from a more demand-side point of view, which is to say that there are structural inequalities, for example, that are driving forth this kind of anti-establishment movements. And the first is a little bit connected to right-wing sort of populists, the way that people understand right-wing populism, and the second is more connected to left-wing populism. This is kind of the debate. I think both of them, I don't think it's so nice and tidy, sort of a separation, right? Because elites perform a role and the people perform a role, and what gets you into this kind of mindset to begin with is a lack of belief in the system. And this feeling that the system isn't serving your interests and it has to go. And you cannot compromise with the system. You need a whole new regime and a whole new set of leaders. So, what's driving all of this? The system just isn't delivering like it used to. There's a huge amount of disappointment and anger, especially among younger people, but not only, about what the system is promising relative to what it's actually delivering. So I tend to kind of look at it from a more of a structural perspective, with elites performing kind of a functional role in the movements.
Dr. Kondo, would you like to take the second question?
If I may just add to this. So I agree with you that these are not two separate. These are very work combined, and I would add that our research shows that these two forces are also generated in combination, because as you have more inequality, you have discontent among the bulk or at the bottom, but also you have more candidates for elites on the top. So this is sometimes termed in our research elite overproduction, although I don't really like overproduction because it sounds very much like something we can easily control, and it's not that easily controlled. But you have people who, due to the economic conditions, become rich, and if you get a couple of million, you can do a lot of fun things. Once you have a couple of 100 million, you run out of all the fun to do, and you think, how can I use my money? And often it is to think about how you can influence politics. So then the same forces that generate discontent also increase competition on the top. And as competition on the top increases, some contenders start to, what you might say, bend the rules or think out of the box, you might say, think out of the accepted norms, and some of them might realize they can channel discontent for their benefit, and we can debate a lot if some of these outsiders really want to change the system for the better. This not necessarily matters. In a lot of cases, they don't, and you might get a change of government, and they continue to contribute to the forces that generated the crisis in the first place.
Thank you. And for the second question, would anybody like to pitch in? Thank you, Professor Meschler.
The second question to be like, can we make policies that have global impact, can we make it more tangible for local citizens? I understood it like this. I would agree, and I think it's not how we do it, but we have to do it. And I think that happens a little bit with the Green New Deal, one could argue, that was going in that direction. Mitigation, greenhouse gas reduction, plus resilience, plus adaptation needs to be coupled. Remained a little bit high level and so on, but 2 weeks back, I was actually at the CEU in Budapest. It's alive. I was pleasantly surprised at your headquarters, so it was great. We had a big meeting with 100 regions across Europe. It was about adaptation and resilience, but it was a lot about other stuff, mitigation, so climate mitigation, but also affordable housing, good housing, and also dealing with many other issues. So I think it's totally going in that direction, and I think it has to go in that direction, because else you lose the population in this complex, multi-poly crisis situations that we're all in. So you need to create tangible benefits, and I think it's possible. And that was when I went in the beginning, what I meant in the beginning with this negative and the positive cascades, which was a little bit up there. But that's, I think, what's needed, and I think policy is seeing that, is recognizing that. Politicians also, maybe in New York, the mayor, like affordability. So we need these things in a value-driven way, but I think it has to go that direction. Yeah, thanks.
Shall we take one more audience question? Let's have one gentleman. Marek at the back. Thank you.
Hello. So my name's Marek. I'm MICE 1. And since we have such an august set of speakers here, especially on the topic of populism, I just wanted to ask, since in the 1800s we had a lot of left-wing populism in the form of the current social democrats, communists, socialists, and the whole development of that side of populism. Now we're seeing the development of the right wing of populism. What would you say is something that the left can offer to counter this populism around the world? Because to me it seems that there's a lot of political innovation on the political right wing of most countries, Europe, United States, South America. But then on the left wing, you see maybe a co-opting, but a very little originality in terms of ideas, very little innovation in that sense. So just curious to hear your thoughts.
Sort of like your last question, isn't it? Well, that is $1 million question for lefties such as myself, full disclosure. You're right. This is the dominant headline in the research on populism, that it is populist nationalism and not just, populist, kind of non-nationalist, like cosmopopulism, right? This is what we see predominantly, especially in Western European, developed countries. But it's not the case that there haven't been innovations on the left, and it's not the case that they are not still alive with us, right? You still have in the US diehard, Bernie Sanders folks, or now Zoran Mamdani, right? The torch continues to be carried. In Spain, you had Podemos. In Greece, you had Syriza, right? This is an ancient history. So, and there has been an effort to link up these populist movements across Europe to address the democratic deficit in the EU, this perception that the EU machinery is very, very, very distant from the lives of, your average EU citizen. So there are these kind of more on the ground kind of populist movements. The problem, as I see it, is that in the end, it's all about kind of this corporate sort of hierarchy, right? It's about neoliberalism that's still kind of running the day. Capitalism is still kind of, not being directly addressed in the ways that it's not delivering for so many, the vast swaths of societies around the world who naturally then gravitate towards any kind of either right-wing or left-wing kind of movement. And you've seen this fracturing everywhere, right? So what was the question? How do we get out of this mess? Or what is that? Oh, right, how to do the lefty thing, yes. You need a buy-in, right? Again, I come back to universal basic income, right? Or some types of benefits that are available to people who are struggling and who don't see themselves reflected in the current neoliberal, liberal democratic system that's been, pretty bloodless, pretty, lifeless, not much to offer to your average person, both on the right and the left. So benefits, social benefits, but who's going to pay for them? The rich people. How do you get them to pay for it? You really need, heroic politicians, and I don't see a lot of them around.
To end on a positive note, I will conclude briefly to say that it's been a privilege to consult with such a wide range of experts, and that I think it's been interesting to see how connections can be made between each of their different disciplines and fields. Although there may be drivers of disruption everywhere that we look, and in almost everything that we read, there are also drivers of union and of community and of collaboration, and I think there are many of them in this room with us today. To end on that, could I ask each of you very briefly in a few lines to mention something that has perhaps given you motivation or a sentiment of hope, or has inspired you, either in the news, in your daily lives, in the past weeks or months? Can I ask somebody to start? Please do. Thank you.
Well, first and foremost, I'm quite optimistic about the future of humankind, because we as a collective group of human beings have thrived through times of war. Actually, most of the times that have determined us were times of war. And we have proven again and again that our ability to collaborate, to come up with solutions, to tackle difficult situations, dangerous situations to humanity, and I'm quite optimistic actually about the humankind that we are once again going to actually cope with this, let's say, new world order. Second, I'm also quite optimistic about my niche because from a personal perspective, I'm able to kind of, first and foremost, scale down the fear, whether it's about a person, whether it's about a corporative client, whether it's about an institutional representative or a political decision maker. Decisions that we take based on fear and emotional, negative emotions are actually tend not to be very wise and long-term oriented. And I argue that we indeed can reduce the complexity and the uncertainty by applying, and that's my third takeaway, applying actually interdisciplinary systems thinking, complexity science, and basically in the future you will not be able, because you are the next generation, and there will be a dire need for diplomacy and a dire need for future decision makers in both the political and the economic sphere, not to speak of the social domain, and you will have to acquire these skills of systems thinking and of actually thriving in an environment of uncertainty and complexity is going to be the new mantra, and that's totally okay. I mean, this is something that should not actually make you kind of feel bad about the future, but on the opposite, it will discipline you, it will train you, and it will make you actually more resilient as personalities, but also within your groups of interaction, because we are living also in a highly connected world, and that's actually the way how it's going to be. And final point I want to make, which has nothing to do with the final question, but I want to also draw your attention, because I understand that here in Europe, of course, we are mostly focused with populism coming from the far right angle, but just be mindful of the fact that we are in a new competition. So when I said manage confrontation, do not think, okay, it's not going to be a World War III, it's going to be just a Cold War, whatever, and that's going to be fine with us. No, it's not going to be fine with you. You all are going to be also objects. We are going to be objects of warfare. It's going to be a hybrid warfare, it's going to be a cognitive warfare. It's already happening, and you have to be very mindful of this fact. You cannot rely only on your government or on your decision makers to equip you with the necessary toolbox. You have to be proactive on the matter. So when I hear, for instance, that we are so worried about the populism coming from the far right, I'm like, okay, how about second economic power in the world with an international network of 350 plus parties around the world, all based on Leninism, Marxism in the world? Why are we not worried about that, that this is also something that's going to shape not only the world order, but it's going to shape all the citizens of the countries that are object of our competition? So please be more vigilant. More vigilant about what? In the end, it's always reduced to one and the same question. It is the question about freedom or not. Freedom on individual, freedom on societal level, freedom on political, at the political level. And that is going to be the question for the next years and decades to come. Thank you.
Over to you, Professor Mechler, a few words on hope.
That was almost like a final statement. Very good. Yeah. Dramatic. I like it, yeah. Maybe a lot of things, so great to be here, good to get the questions, exciting. For me, maybe this tangibility of things, right? Making it more tangible. I think you were going in that direction, Velina, making it even more tangible. And then maybe as this little example, that this $1 million question, why is the left not stepping up? And I like the comment by Erin, because implementation is about implementation on the left side, to implement what's needed. And then the wealth tax. So yesterday, radio, finance minister of Austria said wealth tax not happening this coalition period, we'll do it the next one. But that's a classic example. There's a lot of evidence that these inequities are driving disruption, and we heard it today. Science evidence, but really making it understood by the population is very complicated, and it will have big benefits to all of us. None of us is super rich in the room, right? Okay. So I think this is a super example, make it tangible. So I really look forward how Martha Bauer will do it in the next period. And I think that's a nice one, to make it really tangible. And so, yeah, that's what I take away. Thanks.
Dr. Kondor?
Yeah, so maybe to add a bit, so I was talking about inequality in wealth, inequality in power, and how inequality in wealth determines inequality in power nowadays, which sounds like a very bad thing. And in a historical perspective, I might add that it's already an improvement, where for most of recorded human history, inequality in power meant inequality in the ability and willingness to do violence. So in some way, replacing direct violence with wealth might already be a step which creates different set of problems. And more generally, if we look at human history, crises have always had enormous human consequences. So looking in this perspective, what we might hope that we will be dealing a lot of crises, but hopefully even if we cannot avoid them, we can lessen their impact and soften them, even though they will look very bad when they happen and very challenging to handle.
And the final word.
Oh, I feel like everyone has covered everything I would have said. I don't really have that much to add. But I will say, going back to the finding that is very robust, that we are at a kind of a medium/longer term zenith of protest activity around the world, again, that is mostly driven by younger people. And added to that, the findings of the political sociologist Bob Putnam, who wrote Bowling Alone. He has a kind of a new work out that sort of tracks the use of I in how book titles are formulated versus we as a kind of a measure of solidarity in societies. And he calls it the I curve, meaning that we were in this kind of period of like solidarism with society, and now we're kind of in this I sort of period. He says it always kind of reverts backwards, right? I mean, we're at a kind of an awkward, scary time, And so in the short term, I am kind of pessimistic. I think we're going to be going through things that we have no idea about in the next few years. But I do think that societies have formed resilience on the local level in particular, and we're going to make it through this time. So I guess that's the most optimistic that you could get out of me.
No, thank you very much. And maybe we can take I, and make it I, we with the next panel, which will be on renewal, rebuilding global governance in 20 minutes' time at 20 past. Thank you so much to our panelists.
Very nice. Okay, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and dear students, welcome to our final panel of DASICON, which is Renewal, Rebuilding Global Governance. I'm Rosie Holland, and I'll be your moderator. And we will be discussing how the information from the last three panels about the unraveling, the transformation, and the breakdown of the rules-based order leads us to look for some solutions. And I hope it'll be a more positive panel to end on, and thank you very much for sticking with us. I know everyone wants to sort of enjoy the sunshine, but yes, thank you for being here, and thank you to my plethora of accomplished speakers to join me on this discussion. So please allow me to introduce them to you all. Starting at the very end, we have Dr. Hannes Swoboda. Dr. Swoboda has had an illustrious political career both here and in Brussels, where he was a member of the European Parliament. And he now currently runs the International Institute for Peace in Vienna. So safe to say we will have a staunch defender of multilateralism on this panel with us. Welcome, Hannes. Next up, we have Mr. Frank Schuster, who has worked extensively in the European Investment Bank and is now head of the office here in Austria. And importantly for our discussion, has overseen some of the inflection points of the institutions, such as the financial crisis and some Brexit discussions, which I'm not usually excited to announce, but in this case, I'll make an exception. And lastly, we have Dr. Simon Ortner, who is head of the International and European Affairs in the Lower Austrian state government. And his work on regional relations and regional ties, I think, will be a nice sort of counterbalance to the big picture multilateralism that we have going on in the panel already. So I just want to jump straight in to our discussion. We've heard, as I said, a lot about the breakdown or the transformation of the old rules-based order. But now I want to ask my panelists and give them each a chance to answer the question I want to propose: where do we go from here? How do we take the information that we know and look for some solutions to navigate out of this breakdown, and how to rethink our current framework? And maybe I can start with you, Mr. Swoboda. Given your extensive experience in the EU and now an NGO, what are your thoughts on this question? What are some solutions, and where do we go from here? Thank you.
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you very much for the invitation. If I would know the answer to your questions, I would not sit here because I would then, maybe help to rule the world. But let me be very clear. We have different positions, but I also started here in Vienna, as you have mentioned briefly, in politics, and as a member of the Vienna city government, also with responsibility for international relations. So for me, it is all levels of politics, including, of course, wider fields. If you think about the European Investment Bank, have a responsibility to think international. And therefore, it's also good that the colleague from Lower Austria is here, because it's not the one who have to do the job and the others can lean back and say, my field is only in my immediate neighborhood. Because everybody, of course, has to take his or her responsibility for the international cooperation and development. Now, of course, as European politicians, I was for 18 years member of the European Parliament, especially also in foreign affairs. Europe has a special obligation, because with all complaints about Europe, the European Union is the only international organization who brings different countries together in one community, not just a federation or some, like BRICS or others. No, it's a community which has a separate, not only secretariat, but a commission, and of course has affiliated banks and whatever else. if you look to Latin America, if you look to Asia, to Africa, yeah, you have the African Union, but it's not able to solve the conflicts inside its own territories. We are not able, and sometimes criticize that we did not prevent the war in Yugoslavia, not the Ukraine war, but these were wars outside the community. But the European Union, probably in building up its own community, was not looking enough into the global situation and tried to bring in its relationship, especially with what is nowadays called the Global South, which is not one entity, but very different countries. You know, when China says, I'm part of the Global South, and maybe even Russia, then it's very different from, I don't know, from South Africa or Nigeria, whatever. As the big, this is my impression and my conclusion, as the big powers, United States, China, and Russia, are not very keen on the multilateral global order, it must be Europe, together with all the other countries, and therefore I fully support the recent agreement with India and other agreements, think about re-establishing the global order inside the United Nations, but also beyond. That Russia is not interested in international law and global order, I don't think I have to underline that. It's very obvious. And the US with Mr. Trump is also deviating. Of course, I don't say they are equally bad, no, but it's always going the way away from this global order. And China is very much pleading for multilateralism, but they don't recognize, for example, international court decisions on the South China Sea and other elements. So the only one who are relatively, nobody is perfect, but are relatively strong, engaged in enhancing and supporting the international global order is the European Union. But alone we will not succeed. We need more coalitions. And fortunately, Trump is even forcing us to go out and try to have new relationships, as recently with India or South Korea or South Africa or whoever, in order to build a new network, which is not a separate network, but it must be a network which inside the United Nations is trying to build this kind, or re-establish this kind of international order. And my last remark, of course, we know that the United Nations, as a symbol, or as the most important organization with all the different family members of different other organizations, is not really representative of the world of today. India has much more right to be a member of the Security Council, permanent member of the Security Council. South Africa, maybe even Indonesia, Nigeria, one of the fastest growing countries in the world. Therefore, I think one of the main aims must be to have an international community or international organization like the UN, which is more representative of the countries with their big population, also, of course, different religious and other ethnic orientation. No, it would be good, of course, to have to, first of all, to abolish the veto right of the permanent members, or at least to give new permanent members with the same rights. This will unfortunately not happen because nobody will skip and will refrain from using that right. But at least to have some of the real vital big countries represented in the Security Council and have perhaps special rights or whatever. But as it is today, it is not really working. If there's one point where Trump is right, when he says the UN is not really working well, but his conclusions are totally wrong. Not the analysis, but the conclusion that he and the Board of Peace and whatever must do it. And of course, I would have hoped that no European country is participating in the Board of Peace, not because we don't want peace, but because it is really thought as an alternative. We have the UN, and it's much more important to reform the UN, give it a new chance, bring in new countries with a strong influence, with a strong backing, with their own population. This is my first answer, what I think would be the most important thing. And here I see a special obligation for the European Union to be more active in that sense, as also my former colleague in the European Parliament, President of Finland, has again and again reiterated we have to have a new relationship with the Global South.
Thank you very much, Dr. Svoboda. I completely agree, and I think you're probably a fan of what Mark Carney was stating at the World Economic Forum then about middle powers sort of building up, rising together, working together. Thank you. Insightful answer. Now if I can move on to Mr. Schuster. You've overseen some crisis moments in your institution. What do you see as solutions to our current dilemma, and where do we go from here?
Thanks a lot, and allow me to start by agreeing to Mr. Svoboda that indeed we are all in this together. It is not politics has to solve it, society has to solve it, or economy has to solve it. No, it's a holistic challenge that we have to master here. If I remember correctly, I think it was the first chief of staff of Barack Obama who was saying, "Never let a good crisis go to waste." And when I look at the different crisis situations we had over the last 20 years, I think, and you will hear quite a number of optimistic messages from me, we are not bad in managing crisis. On that, I think we are pretty good. When I see the crisis over the last 20 years, be it Corona, even our approach now to Ukraine, other situations, the Brexit, which was a crisis moment for the European Union, the financial crisis moment for the European Union, we were good. I think, of course, you can always do things better, but there's a moment when institutions, politicians, economy, societies show they can activate resources, analytical resources, but also resources to overcome these moments, and then go for something better. And also where we are now, I'm optimistic that Europe will come stronger out of this as before. It's really a deep conviction, but it requires a few things. First, it requires a bit of honesty on what went wrong in the past. So I was just saying we are good when it is about crisis. I also believe we are not that good when it is about moments of stability, where you do not have to manage a crisis, where you have to manage peace and prosperity and maybe prepare for risks. There we have our weaknesses, something we have to overcome. So what else went wrong? In a very honest analysis, we had a rather cheap business model in Europe. What does it mean? It was cheap energy from the East, cheap products from the Far East, and security from the West. And on these three elements, we have built our prosperity, our economic growth and wealth. And all three elements are breaking apart at the same time, which is the big challenge in the situation. So when you go from that analysis, you have to tackle things either one by one or together in parallel. That is a more philosophical question, but they need to be addressed, and you have to draw the conclusions out of it. And I see also, I would not even say science, I think we are already in the process of learning these lessons, sometimes in a hard way, and drawing the right conclusions. So you have seen on the economic side the analysis from Letta and Draghi on the investment needs to preserve European competitiveness in the world, which basically says we don't have a capital issue, we don't have an issue of innovation, we have a problem of keeping the innovations, the products here in Europe, and to use it for our economies. On the security side, also many things are happening these days. For Europe, there is a question of how to keep the family together. When I make 2 steps back, I'm strongly convinced that it would be both naive and also a very dangerous illusion to believe that one single country in Europe, be it the largest, be it the smallest, could be stronger without the Union. I think it would be an illusion that would lead to tremendous risks. I think that is something, it's very lively inside the European Union. And of course, we we are living in a system that we have to defend. I still believe it's the best that you can find, and that is the system of democracies. Well, what do we have in a democracy? We have the necessity to discuss and to see what are the best solutions for the problems we are facing. We're discussing earlier in the panel populism. Well, populism is a danger to the mechanics of democracy. It's not so much a danger in an autocracy, in a theocracy, in a dictatorship. They can afford populism at the end. But in a democracy, democracy is at the end a very facts-based, a very factual setup. So you need a certain seriousness in it to come to this competition about best ideas. And that is why democracies are also so vulnerable when it comes to populism, because populisms neglect this basic element that you need in the mechanics. But going back from philosophy to politics, no, I strongly believe that we will come out of this stronger than it is now if we are addressing it the right way.
I wish I could share your optimism, but I also appreciate it for this panel. Thank you very much. It was very insightful, and we'll circle back to some points there. And finally, Dr. Ordner, what is your response to our question? What solutions can you see for our current dilemma in a systemic transition or transformation of the old rules-based order from your regional level, perhaps?
First of all, I would like to thank you for your kind introduction. I truly feel honored to be part of this discussion. And I would like to congratulate you on choosing this very important and timely issue. When we speak about rebuilding global governance, maybe we should first ask ourselves whether the system truly needs to be rebuilt or rather to be reinforced or modernized. From my perspective, we don't need a completely new architecture. But what we need, from my perspective, is a stronger, more credible and more effective multilateral system and multi-level governance system. I think that's a very important point. You mentioned that I am a representative of a federal state within Austria. Therefore, I come from a political sphere that is based on shared sovereignty, subsidiarity, and compromise. Also, the European Union demonstrates that rules-based cooperation between states is not a weakness. It's the opposite. It could be a force multiplier. Because it has transformed a continent once defined by conflict and instability in a space of stability, prosperity, and freedom. And I think we all agree that this is a great, huge achievement. At the same time, also within the European Union, I think the governance structure must become much more multi-level. For almost all global trends, from my point of view, the answer cannot be found only in Brussels or in the national capitals. Democracy is built first and most strongest in the places where the people live, work, meeting their friends, having their families, and these are usually our communities and our regions. So the challenges to democracies are not limited to a single level. They are European, national, regional, and local from my perspective. Therefore, in my view, a truly equal cooperative interaction of this level within a multi-level governance system could be a crucial aspect of the whole discussion. And this aspect, from my point of view, is far too rarely addressed. The different levels are not a hierarchy. That's also an important aspect. When each level concentrates on the task for which it has the strongest competences and capacity, this could definitely lead to a better acceptance of our institutions and of our democracy. There is already a word for that I've just described. It sounds a little bit technocratic, and it's sometimes mentioned in Sunday speeches from European, but also federal and regional politicians. It's the word subsidiarity. But if we took this principle seriously, I'm really convinced that we could enjoy a far greater acceptance of politics and institutions. But to achieve this, I think we need in Europe, and not just in Europe, a fundamental change of mindset at every level. Because there is very often this automatic call for more centralization. This is whether in a single country or between the member Europe and its member states. But from my point of view, this is far too simplistic. Competences must be placed where the knowledge and the capacity exists. Only then can decisions be taken efficiently. In short, this is my last point, when we truly respect subsidiarity by playing authority where expertise lies, by fostering two-way learning systems between Europe and the regions, and by encouraging leaders to engage directly, that's also a very important point, with diverse citizens, we are maybe able to rebuild trust and strengthening our institutions. That's my first thoughts.
Thank you. Also extremely insightful. I would invite anyone to respond to one another, but I would also just like to maybe direct a question from one of the responses to another panelist. Do either of you, Mr. Schuster or Mr. Dr. Svoboda, agree that this, I think essentially regionalism is the new multilateralism, or would you disagree with Mr. Dr. Ortner on this?
I must disagree because there is no debate otherwise. No,
I mean, you could.
I understand fully the argument and I share it, but the devil is in the detail. Let's take Mercosur agreement. Of course, you can say the knowledge, and you said the knowledge is with the peasant in Lower Austria, and I'm coming originally from Lower Austria, so I'm born there. They know. But if they know that it may be a problem for them, can they decide about Mercosur? Yes or no? So I think that at the end of the day, of course, there must be an authority who has decide, even if it's wrong. And I must say, unfortunately, according to my opinion, the European Parliament did the wrong decision. They didn't reject it, but they brought it to the court. So the real issue is, of course, how the debate between the different levels is taking place. Because normally you can always say the citizen is the most knowledgeable because he knows the effects on him as a worker, as a peasant, as a farmer, or as a consumer. But at the end of the day, there must be also some leadership. And therefore, there's in Austria the debate also about the question of prolonging this military service. In my own practice, when I started in local politics, I was very much complained by my colleagues, why do you always discuss with the people? And I said, yes, if we have an investment, and I was responsible for urban planning, people have to have a say. But at the end, it was me, or of course the council, the city council, who had to decide. And the same is true also there. So I think, don't want to go into long, I agree in the principle, but it's in concrete, we need citizens' involvement and leadership. And if there's no leadership who says, I have to take a decision, and you can blame me, but I have to take a decision, it will not work. And that is true for all levels. Also, I think the Landeshauptmann also has, sometimes will say something, if the coalition allows it, and not always ask the people, because otherwise you cannot govern. So that's...
Fair enough. Okay, fair enough. Mr. Schuster, would you like to...
Yeah. Well, I will be a bit provocative. Honestly, it doesn't really matter whether we are putting the world into some regions' boxes or not. I mean, you will always find alliances where convictions or interests are coming together. The ambition must be to have it on a scale that is as big as possible. If possible, at the United Nations, yes. But if not, you will always find it in regions or whatever agreements. I always hope for the highest level of approach, while indeed, when it comes to implementation, I'm also a big defender of subsidiarity, because I think it helps involving the citizens and the population. You know, at the European Investment Bank, we are providing 100 billion of euros of financing every year in 900 to 1,000 projects. This can be infrastructure projects. Here in Austria, we are financed every fourth windmill that you can see in the country, and other things. And on each and every project, our so-called board of directors, which is the body of the 27 member states and the European Commission, have to agree. We do not know unanimity. We know majority decisions, and it works. So you see that even in such a body, when you have the feeling there are projects of common interest, projects that benefit the societies, then what we sometimes hear on high politics, that you have blocking factors or it cannot work because it's getting too complex. No, it's not, because there an interest comes together that works into one direction. That, I think, is a good sign. On the other, I would be a bit hesitant to ask institutions to reform by their own. No? So my experience is, be it in a ministry, if I may say so, or in an institution, you need political leadership. Political leadership that reflects at the end the will of the people, that can also change institutions and bring them forward.
Of the willing, do you think it's enough? Do you agree with, with what Mark Carney is saying about we need to band together as middle powers? Is it right to decouple from the United States? Can we truly be realistic and real about doing it ourselves in the cooperation of the willing?
Well, we can always see what we would wish for, but strong advice is to take the world as it is and not as we want to have it. Yeah, you can have a vision what you would like to see, but we are currently paying a high price for the dependencies we have either created or we were running ourselves with open eyes. So reality of these days is that as Europeans we have to talk about strategic autonomy in various dimensions.
Completely agree.
I like very much what Mr. Carney said, but Mr. Carney, Canada is not a neighbor to Russia. At least there's Alaska in between. So if you're a neighbor to Russia and you have an aggressive Russia on your continent, unfortunately, you need the United States as a partner. It's not reliable, unfortunately, and you never know what happens, and you should prepare to be more independent more and more in the next coming years. But it's not a question of today or tomorrow. It's a question of 10 to 15 years, and we have to bridge that gap.
I think we're doing okay on time. We've got another couple of, maybe 10 minutes before the Q&A. Maybe coming back to one of the themes from the earlier panels. Sorry, did you want to say something?
No, I just had an idea, and I would like to go back to the subsidiarity topic and what Mr. Swoboda mentioned. Because I think it's not only about making decisions when it comes to a certain level, it's also about having a connection between the different levels. And from my perspective, there is definitely a lack of emotional connection when it comes to the European Union. And maybe I would like to give you a concrete example. As you are fully aware, most of the decision makers in Austria and in other countries, the professional and senior level, have some experience in Brussels. But this is only one side of the coin. From my point of view, it would be equally important that also decision makers from the European Union spend a certain time working on the local or on the regional level. So maybe the many well-intentioned EU strategies would be better, and a two-way flow could definitely increase the knowledge on both sides.
Well said. Thank you very much. Wow. I think we are pretty much all in agreement. There's not really a lot of debate going on. Maybe I'll throw another topic in. I think we can't do without talking about technology. Unfortunately, our tech expert, Claudia Reinprecht, is ill, so she wasn't able to join us on this panel. But obviously, everyone knows that AI is changing the landscape of our world as we know it. And I wonder, are these technologies, do you think, from your perspective, all of your perspectives, inherently disruptive, or can we sort of govern them and realistically redesign them in a way that they're useful to, as you're saying, rebuild our democracies and our democratic processes and reflect accountability? Maybe, Mr. Schuster, would you like to start?
I can start, yes. You know, I see it from an economic perspective, and not only AI, but when I look at the innovative capacities we have in Europe, when I look at the clean tech sector, when you look at startups, scale-ups, and others, to make sure that they also remain in Europe, but we have a structural problem there. I think among the top 50 tech companies in the world, 1 or 2 are in Europe. Yeah, so the rest is somewhere else. Can it help in democratic in favor of human intelligence? Yes, I think it can help if we are using it the right way. It's, as I said, for me, a tool that is a reality that will not disappear. So let's integrate it and try to make it useful.
You know that there is now a big quarrel, I don't know if it's solved already these days, between Anthropic, one of the famous AI company, and the Pentagon. Because Anthropic has certain rules, for example, not to be used for fully automatic weapons. And the Pentagon, or it's called the War Minister, it's no longer Defense Minister, it's the War Minister, is demanding that they drop that kind of condition. Now, the other problem is that very often Europe is accused of over-regulation. And in some cases is also true. I don't deny it. I always was skeptic, but we even did more when I left again and again some regulations which could not be implemented. But of course, on AI, on artificial intelligence, I don't think it's over-regulated. But what is missing is the investment in companies. Because if you regulate something in the direction of democratic respect and some values, but you don't have companies in Europe which are used by people, because not only to have a company or a platform, but it must be used by the people, it doesn't make sense. The rest of the world, Russia, China, US, don't want to introduce values into artificial intelligence, or they have other kind of values. So that's very important to have also this investment. And one of the problems you mentioned is the capital. We don't have a European capital market, so people invent. One Austrian guy recently went to the US with a big success, but he has no place in Europe, or very few, a bit in France. So I think it is very important to get into that kind of investment in Europe, to stay here in Europe, to combine useful, moderate but useful and necessary regulation on the one hand, and investment into new technologies on the other hand. And what is true for artificial intelligence is of course true for pharmaceuticals, for medicine, and many other areas. So it is an issue we have to deal in Europe much more than we did in the past.
Maybe I could add another aspect when it comes to AI. AI has a huge impact on our society. And therefore, I think there is one very important thing everyone can do. And I would like to motivate all of you, you're the younger generation, and I also have an 8 years old daughter, to step out of your own bubble, to step out of the digital world sometimes, to talk with people with different opinions, engage with people with different values, and try to communicate also in the non-digital world. I think that is very important to communicate outside of the social media and digital world. Maybe that could be a huge improvement for our society.
And I'd like to think that as the Diplomatic Academy, we also encourage this. I can safely say that lively debate and discussions amongst the students take place almost every single day, if not on the student group chats. But all right, I think I might just ask one more question before we open the floor. And someone on an earlier panel said that to be realistic going forwards for the future, diplomacy should move away from moral politics and look more at being a strategic coalition builder backed by a lot of hard power. And I was wondering if you were all to give diplomacy a label encapsulating what it should look like in the future or for the future, what would it be? Do you agree? Should we move away from moral politics and values? Or do you disagree? And maybe Dr. Svoboda, I'll start with you.
General rules have something on their side and something is still lacking. First of all, moral politics and values inside European community have to be accepted and have to be the basis of our community. We cannot say that if Hungary or Poland or Austria or whoever would violate it, oh, okay, that's it. So inside European Union, it's built on certain values, on certain principles. We have to stick to it. In relationship to other countries, of course, we have to, let's say, to be flexible. That does not mean immoral. But we will not change Xi Jinping's policies by just making resolutions, including in the European Parliament. No, he will not change. Should we refrain from mentioning it? Yes, we can mention and should mention it. But our policies must be on politics, on economics, in order to get what we need also for our European economic development. For example, rare earth. We cannot say we don't trade with China on rare earth because we don't have enough. But so we cannot develop our technologies because we don't take these from China or other countries which are not very democratic, from so-called democratic Congo or whatever. There are limits. For example, to take Iran again, or to mention Iran, maybe it was a mistake, including also from European side, that we concentrated on the nuclear issue, which is an important issue, especially here in Vienna, where we had the agreement, but did not really, and it was several times in Iran, on the question of human rights, did not really do enough pressure on Iran concerning human rights and especially rights of women, what we see now. So I think moral does not, or let's say more diplomacy, more transactionalism, as it's called, does not mean that we don't respect or don't put any kind of moral issues aside. No, because there are limits where these moral issues endanger also the whole region and the whole regional development, and not only the citizen itself. So I think it is not an either-or. Yes, we have to be more pragmatic. We have to do our business, and that's reality. We have to have a dialogue also with countries whose leadership we don't want, but we should not neglect moral issues when they are killing people, like it is done in Iran, especially killing young girls and men who are just asking for bread and freedom and some certain limits, even not for regime change in the beginning.
Thank you very much. Mr. Schuster?
Yeah, I agree again, and would also disagree with the original statement. I think, you know, making the contradiction between a values-based approach and simply formal alliances, it also compares two levels that are not really the same. I think at the end we have to do both. And we have to know why we are doing it and where we want to go, and then how we are doing it is a different question. Of course, it becomes problematic when you are entering these dilemmas that you were just saying. Also, we see it on Ukraine, and I had the pleasure this morning of participating to the EU-Ukraine coordinators meeting organized here in Vienna, by the way. Very nice success for Austrian diplomacy to have that group here together. And yes, there is, of course, always the question, could one do more? Do more to end this war, do more to support? Where are the moral barriers and where are the challenges? But I would never make that a contradiction. I think for young diplomats, future leaders, I think there are two things that are important and makes also this area you are working in so unique. First thing is you are able, and not many people are maybe able to do that to that extent, to connect the dots. You don't need to be a specialist in everything, but you can connect the dots in various areas and see the big picture, the holistic picture. And the second thing, I think, which makes diplomats quite successful is the empathy. The empathy when it comes to the counterpart, to read the counterpart, to understand the counterpart. And understanding, I mean not only analyzing, but also seeing what drives them, what drives the counterpart. And then bringing this together to your approach, how you are defending and fulfill their mission. I think that is also something where I see the future.
Very optimistic. Thank you so much. Dr. Ordner, would you like to finish us off?
Yeah, I think almost everything is already said. Sure, it is important to find the right balance between being naive, lecturing others, being a hypocrite, and so on. On the other side, we have to stick to some principles. That's very, very clear. And from my perspective, there is a huge difference when it comes to values within the European Union, for example. I think here we need to be very clear. But this is a difference between the European Union and when we are working on the global level, because it's much more complex, and there we should try to find a compromise, and maybe we have to be more flexible on the global level.
Perfect. Thank you all so much for your answers. I'll now open the floor to audience questions. Oh my gosh, okay, we've already got loads. I'll start maybe just in the front row here. Just here, sorry.
Thank you all so much. This was a very insightful panel. So recently, India and the EU had a very historical trade deal, and this is particularly interesting because India has typically been a very protectionist nation. But given the uncertain, if not failing, trade relations the US is harvesting with other countries, is there a potential for the European Union to kind of step in and establish certain economic policies, such as trade deals with countries in the world as a form of soft power influences? Yes, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And another one, maybe just in the back there.
Thank you. Fantastic panel. Building off something, Dr. Ordner, you just said about the differences in dealing with countries inside and outside the EU, are there lessons or parallels you can take from working at the federal state level with other states, or maybe at the national level for the rest of you with other countries, that you can then extrapolate up to dealing with farther flung parts of the globe?
Perfect. Okay, I think we'll answer those first two. Frank, would you like to take the India and EU trade deal one about establishing economic relations outside of US partnerships?
Yes, Does it work? Yeah, it works. Yes, thank you for the question. I mean, sometimes it takes a bit long when you look at Mercosur, but of course, I mean, here Europe is building on its strength. Yeah, when you see the potential in the trade, and it's very clear that India is becoming more and more influential. Of course, Europe looks for more global partners. Let's put it that way. Huh? Yes, to southern Latin America, but also to India. If I may make one other remark, where you see very concretely what it means to integrate and to bring other countries together closer to the union is what you now see with Ukraine happening. You know, what we are doing with very concrete projects, we are preparing the accession of Ukraine to the Union by already now connecting the infrastructure and the networks to the Western neighbors. Yeah, we are, for example, talking very concretely 1,400 kilometers of rail systems, old Soviet system, wrong gorge, no electricity, but at least there is something that needs to be connected, because for the future of the Ukraine it will be important that these things are integrated. So what does it mean? It means when you are integrating countries, infrastructures, procedures, economies, at the end you create stability. Yeah, and this is also what Ukraine and Europe will need after ceasefire, peace, whatever ever comes. If the country is left isolated, then I have not a good feeling what might happen the years after. So you need to strengthen the ties.
Thank you so much. Dr. Ordner, would you like to answer the second?
Thank you for this question, and I think this can show that interregional cooperation has definitely an added value. For example, we have established a network of the Danube regions, and within this network, it is for us, it's very easy to establish diplomatic ties on the regional level. For example, the current chair of this network is the Oblast of Odessa. And for us, it is very easy to communicate with them, to create networks, to get in contact with these people from this region. And it's a very easy way to establish new relations. And we have another measure for this. We have this European Forum Wachau. It was also established in the 90s. And the main goal of this forum is also to bring together the regions, the local level with the really high level European politicians, and to create new connections within the multi-level governance system. And therefore, working together, making cross-border cooperations on the regional level is very, very important.
Thank you very much. Great answers, both of you. And maybe we'll take a couple more questions. One here, perhaps. Sorry, slightly awkward.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Fabian. Thank you very much for this insightful panel. I just wanted to pick up on the point of subsidiarity, what you have elaborated on, Dr. Ortner, but I want to make clear this question is to all of you because I think from different perspectives you all have very interesting insights. So as the topic of this panel is rebuilding global governance, this might sound a little utopian or rather delusional at times of crisis, but let's think now that we have a wonderful crisis where everything is getting torn down and we can build something new, isn't this the perfect moment to really build subsidiarity as it's meant to be, to really create a policy level that's fitting at the local, then the regional, then the national, then the multinational, or rather like the regional, but as in the geopolitics, so in this case European level, and then the global level. Isn't that maybe the perfect opportunity now? And what would be interesting, so in terms of local policy, as you're in the Lower Austrian administration, or political economy from you, Mr. Schuster, as head of the European Investment Bank, and Dr. Svoboda, of course, from the perspective of keeping peace, which essentially is what security is all about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And maybe one more over here. Yes.
Yes. Okay. I think it is working now. Yeah. Hello, I'm Inês. I'm from Portugal. I would like to talk more about the regionalism and the local communities, because I come from a country that is geographically far away from the central of decisions in European Union, and sometimes we feel we have difficulties with the term of European citizenship and how to cultivate it. So I will be very interested to hear your ideas about involving local communities more, maybe the countries that are a little far away from the center of the European Union, as I believe this will be this major solution to all of the problems that we are having, the lack of innovation and the lack of spirit in the European Union in general. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe one more I think we can squeeze in. Anyone? No? Okay, never mind. Ignore me. Okay, so I think, actually, Dr. Svoboda, could you answer the subsidiarity question for us to give you a chance?
First of all, just a brief remark to India, because we discussed this value-oriented foreign policy. With India, we had long negotiations, and of course, it was Mr. Trump who helped to bring about the agreement now. But the trade volume is very small between India and European Union still. But what is also an example that we are very critical about Mr. Modi's policies domestically, and also very critical about indirect support for Russia by buying its oil and gas. So again, it shows, because we discussed values and transactional policy, at the end of the day, Mr. Trump is forcing us to put aside all our criticism and celebrate the agreement between India and European Union, which I think is a very good thing. Not only this, because India is a big country, is a country which is developing, is the biggest in the world from population side. So it's not against it, but just to show the change in orientation because of what happens. Now, on the question of subsidiarity and also what the colleague from Portugal said, well, at least you had for a very long time Commission President. And as far as I know, the President of the Council, Mr. Costa, my former colleague in the European Parliament, is also from Portugal. It shows the dilemma. And I fully agree with what Simon Ortner said. As I came not from the national politics, but from regional politics directly into the European Parliament, it should also be the other way around. One of my colleagues was later Minister for Justice. So this kind of change is not functioning enough. Because again, I always said when I was leader of the socialist group, Socialists and Democrats in European Parliament, I always said, Europe is not Brussels. Europe is in all the different places, and you have to go out there. It's not easy because decisions are taken in Brussels, and you have to go out. But this is not enough done. And I think this kind of change is here. And still the old mantra is, what we do positively decide in Brussels is sold at home as our success. And what is negative, we say that's Brussels, not us. We are innocent. So it's more the national politicians who have to change their attitude and their, muddling through in that sense. To your question, sorry, no, it doesn't work. Because as I said also in the Mercosur example, who is responsible? We're all responsible. For Mercosur, I was very much for Mercosur, but I know we have relatives in the Waldviertel, so in the northern part, and people, what does it mean for beef import and so on? Then the national level, or even the regional level, have to help those who suffer from something which has to be decided. And inside even the People's Party, you have the different opinions. Of course you have. Because if you are from the industry side, you say, it's good. If you are representing the peasants, the farmers, you say it's not so good. So, and there is not clear division between the different levels. Therefore, I fully agree with what Mr. Ordner first said. You have this kind of interchange where you people are for some years working on the one level and then go to the other level, and otherwise, not all of them, but many of them, or more than nowadays. Because this is the only way. We have very few mayors in the European Parliament had at that time. I think it didn't change. We had some prime ministers, good working prime ministers, not that they were just because they didn't have any job more. We had excellent, from different political groups. So this kind of development and other way around, of course, like as I said, my colleague from the EPP side, who is now the Finnish president, and was prime minister and minister, we need more these interlinkages. That is the important element, and to have that kind of knowledge in your own head, even if you are in the European side, you have to have that kind of knowledge. When I was in European Parliament, also when I I was responsible to my district where I was working, and I had to go to the different assemblies and have the discussions. This is not working enough. Also, the selection process, for example, from the European Parliament, should not only be a narrow-minded, narrow group of people on top of the party who decide you go to Brussels, you go there. No, it should be a more competition, like it is was in the United Kingdom, because they are not a member, unfortunately, of course. So yes, the system has to be changed, more responsibility, more interchange. But I don't think that you can really have separate levels.
Thank you very much. Dr. Svoboda, Frank, you indicated that you wanted to respond.
Let me start here. I think there are two dimensions. One is a question of communication, the other one is on substance. Let me start with the communication, and there I think we are often pretty bad in communicating the European successes. Looking here at Austria. Sometimes there's some criticism from Austria about European Union and the functioning. Austria joined in 1995 the Union. They were becoming member also of EIB, the European Investment Bank. For that, Austria had to pay 580 million euros, so that's capital paid into the bank. Since 1995, Austria got back 36 billions of investments. So no, there is
not enough.
More to come. But so there you see some that, but it's not really communicated. Yeah, something. Then you need in the communication area, you need multipliers, and I have found one multiplier. I mean, you are in Vienna at the Diplomatic Academy. Maybe one day you go back to Portugal. I don't know, or you are visiting Portugal, and you will talk about your European experience, I hope. So multipliers are needed, and I know there's more to do. And on substance, yeah, and that brings me then back to your question on substance. Of course, there is some homework to do. Of course, Europe has also made mistakes, maybe overburdening economies, overburdening societies to a certain extent. Where I disagree would be the thesis that the house is so broken and cannot be renovated or modernized or enlarged that you have completely tear it down and build it from scratch. On that, I would disagree. I think it is still functioning well enough on all levels, communities, municipalities, European level, United Nations levels, that there are possibilities to reform and make it better.
Thank you very much. Dr. Ordner, would you like to add any last remarks to these two questions?
Yeah, first of all, I would like to mention that I'm really glad that you are so interested in regional policy and local and regional affairs. That's really, really nice. To Fabian, I think what was your name, to your question, subsidiarity, you are right in theory that this could be a great opportunity for the European Union to promote subsidiarity, but at the moment the opposite is the case, because the European Commission is trying to abolish the cohesion policy, and that's our regional policy field. And I think that's a very bad thing, because the European Commission would like to merge agricultural funds, regional funds, and social funds into one national plan and give all the money to the national level. And this means that we have to fight with all the other interest groups for the regional cohesion money, and that's a very difficult situation. And I think it's definitely a bad thing also when it comes to fostering acceptance of the European Commission. The second question from the lady from Portugal. I have a very concrete example for you. We have created a network of 350 so-called EU local councillors. These persons belong to the local council in their respective municipality, and we support them. We give them information about EU policy, about all the good things Europe is doing, how important Europe is, and so on and so on. And their job is to make promotion in their municipality for the European Union. And this is a very, very successful tool. Also, the Commission is interested in owning it, but we are very aware that we can communicate to our municipalities, because I think it's the best way, because we know how to talk to them.
Thank you very much. And I think if there are no further remarks from anyone, I will then direct you all to the networking drinks that are taking place next door. Thank you all so much for coming. Thank you to my panelists for such a great, dynamic conversation. And I now release you all into your weekend. Thank you very much, everyone.
Ich finde es immer mit jungen Leuten, finde ich immer gut. Das sage ich immer zu, wenn ich kann. Wir sind nicht so eingefahren. Das sind also schon Leute, die mir schon seit 20 Jahren sagen, ich habe recht. Ja, machen wir.
Mach das mal aus.